on the western edge of the continent, where land meets an endless horizon, elegance arrives, not in footsteps, but in horsepower. Here, beauty is forged in curves, in craftsmanship that defies time. For 74 years, legends of both design and engineering have gathered on this shore, each car carrying not just a story, but a soul. It's where the rare becomes rarer, where restoration is reverence. In every line, every stitch, every turn of the wrench honors the hands that made it. From the whisper of pre-war elegance to the thunder of post-war power, the Concours is more than a show. It's a pilgrimage. And today, the journey continues. Welcome to the 74th annual Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance.
The Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, set against the dramatic coastline of the Monterey Peninsula, is more than just an event. It's a celebration of automotive excellence and history. It's a beauty pageant for automobiles, but one where the bar for entry is set very high. Before dawn broke over the 74th Concours d'Elegance, the cherished tradition of dawn patrol was already underway. In the stillness of early morning, entrants gathered in the darkness, their prized automobiles poised for their grand debut on the show field. Among the vibrant spectacle, the judges moved with deliberate focus, their discerning eyes scanning every curve and contour. The crowd mirrored the elegance of the event itself, with attendees dressed in fashion as bold and distinctive as the machines they came to admire. The Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance brings classic and vintage automobiles to life. Here, they're not just cars, but the true stars of the event. Imagine if these machines could talk, the stories they could tell. Of races won, roads traveled, fortunes made and lost, and moments in history long gone. So why don't you sit back, take it all in, and let us be your guide. Well, welcome everybody to the 74th Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. I'm Justin Bell, and as always, I'm joined by Tommy Kendall. TK, we are back, and this year there's something about it. It's as though they've raised the rev limit basically on the whole event.
Well, it's been drizzly, cloudy all week long. This morning, when the sun came over that mountain, there was not a cloud in the sky. The grass was greener. The sun hitting the chrome and the nickel plating was brighter. The colors were brighter, and more people than I've ever seen that early on the field. So every year we leave. Last year was such a popular win. It was an unprecedented win, and we say, how are they going to up this every year? But somehow they do.
Yes, and I love the fact that every year the selection committee meets. It's a bit like the Vatican choosing another pope. You wait for the smoke signals to come up. It is a serious message of intent about the integrity of this event. They have literally a panel of the world's foremost experts in the automotive classic and collector car space, all vying to lobby whether one of their cars in their group should make the field and be offered an entry. So I think that gives this a level of credibility that's unprecedented anywhere else. And of course we see the value right here, and the specialty classes, Tommy. That's where it just blows my mind.
Well, you know, how do you raise the game after last year? Well, how many people have seen a real Andy Warhol original in person? How many people have seen a real BMW Pro car in person? How many people have seen them both combined on one car, the fourth art car ever made, rarely seen out of the BMW museum, and here it is on the lawn. This car was created, all the other artists do art cars, they do a rehearsal and a mock-up. He just did it on his first rip in 28 minutes.
13 pounds of paint, just think about that. I mean, and it looks like it's blur in motion. I mean, stunning, and think of the value. Well, as a Brit, I'm a little proud of this next group of cars. I mean, these are the Land Rover Expedition cars, and we always like to say cars have a story. Of course they do. They go back 100 years, some of these, or more. But the Land Rovers, they tell a novel. It's like an epic. I mean, Barbara Toy, who is a Hollywood actress, an actress of the era, she was the first person, not the first woman, but the first person to circumnavigate the globe in her Land Rover. I just looked at
1950.
it. 1950. Obviously, it took a long time. She did it on her own. And that's just not where the stories end. They go on, and I can't wait to show you those cars when they come across a bit later.
And something about that is they've tweaked the rules of what is elegance. So race cars can actually get elegance points. Preservation cars like last year can get elegance points, and an adventure car. So I was trying to come up with where we have these classes we have every year, and then we also have the specialty class. They do such a great job of introducing new cars. And it reminds me of, I said, it's like the Louvre spread out on the lawn at Pebble Beach, because it's literally the finest cars that are truly automotive art. Hundreds of them representing hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're out on the lawn. Art was made to be hung on a wall. Cars were meant to be out in the world, and so it's they keep it fresh. It's always evolving. It resonates off of whatever the culture is going on at the time. And museums. Speaking of museums,
Musée Cardet out of Brazil. Well, I went on their website, and I suggest you do the same, because these are some stylish people. We actually saw them walking through earlier in the week, and we're like, they must be the Brazilians. It's Latin America's really largest collection of all dedicated to that intersection of automotive, art, design, and education. And they have a couple of extraordinary cars here today. I mean, in the vintage class, they got that 1927 DuPont, and in the European Classic Early, it's a Isotta Fascini. And when I saw them out there, I was like, I didn't even see the plate. I went, that must be theirs. It's incredible. Well, we have a lot to look forward to this afternoon, and we want you to be there every step of the way. Pretty soon, at the end of our pre-show, we like to call it, we have the start of the award ceremony, and then something everyone looks forward to, the honorary judge procession pulled from some of the most significant, important men and women in the automotive space. The Parade of Elegance will be coming after that, which is always a big hit, and some of the big hitter cars of the concours often go through the Parade of Elegance. And then the class awards. That's where you see the judges having done their finest work, and they all come across the ramp right behind us. Charity is a huge part of what Pebble Beach does. $4 million this year being donated, and that is in the charity drawing with the big check presentation. And then we have special awards, elegance awards, and then the moment this competition has been heating up for, which is the best of show presentation. And Tommy, last year, best of show, wow. I think if we were in Vegas, we'd have got it wrong, but one man that might have got it right, we're gonna meet in a little bit. Look at that. This is stunning, watching these cars make their way across last year. And I mean, Tommy, obviously just an incredible moment as we were
I mentioned that it was historic. It was historic, and that's the first time ever that a preservation car, meaning unrestored, has won best of show at Pebble. And there was some talk about this car. I had it in some of my pre-race picks, but it was not the favorite per se, because the preservation car has never won. When I walked out on the field, I said at the end of the show last year, when I walked out on the field and I saw the car sitting there, it's almost like there was music playing. It struck me. I says, wow, that car, and the judges agreed, and it was awarded a best of show.
Wow. And he was a very jubilant winner of the whole event, a best of show, and we have some wonderful photographs there. But you know what? Why not meet the man himself? He keeps giving himself more challenges, and I understand the car, the Bugatti Type 59, is still driven. Fritz Burkhardt, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Of course it's being driven. It will be even raced in September at the Bernina Gran Turismo. It's not only a mountain climb, it's a whole mountain pass that's closed up for racing, so we're gonna go.
When you won, you were pounding on the car. You weren't too worried about hurting it. It's had an incredible life.
Yes.
It raced in the Monaco Grand Prix, owned by the King of Belgium, I believe. So there was also a little bit of a mix-up where you had left, that you had been told that you were not in the Final Four. How far away were you? And then you rushed back and added a real twist.
Yeah, it adds actually really to the excitement. They told me to go back and park my car, so I was a little bit disappointed. I thought for the car it would have been nice to be in the Final Four. And so I told also my mechanic Simon, as soon as he can drive out, I walk back, I don't see the final, I go back to my children. And I bumped into Richard Adato, and we started talking a bit about the car, and then I told him I go home, and he said, why don't you sit down with me, I'm tired. So we sat down, and then suddenly I see the chaos going on, and then I thought, did I do a mistake? And then hell broke loose. It was fantastic, it was so fantastic.
The right kind of chaos. But talk about bringing a car, a preservation car, to an event like this. 20 years ago, it would have been unheard of. last year you changed the culture of this event and bought a car, and the judges, it resonated with them.
Did you think it was possible?
When I saw the year before Gregor Fiskens driving in with the Alfa, that's when I decided now it's the right moment for the 59. It's such an outstanding car. It's a patina miracle, great history, all original, still drives. If not now, when then? I had it in Villa d'Este as well. They didn't see it, but Pebble Beach recognized a great car.
So we were all thinking, well, you drove off into the sunset. I got a great photograph of you and your daughter leaving, just said, that's it, with the trophy. And obviously we love to know what happened to the car afterwards. You just told us. And we were talking amongst ourselves, what will Fritz bring next year? How can he up himself? Well, ladies and gentlemen, not content with bringing a classic vintage machine to Pebble Beach, Fritz decided he should drive it here, but drive it from the East Coast, Audrey Motor Museum in Newport, Rhode Island. You drove the car all the way here on your own with the roof down. Tell us about the journey.
That's why I have maybe to change my hat.
Oh, you have
because
there's the hat.
Yeah, of course. This hat saved me actually. Out of fun, I bought it at the first gas station, and then it saved my life with the open roof. And I made the whole team buy a cowboy
down
hat.
The whole way. Here's the car on the Bonneville salt flats.
We didn't go on the salt flat. That's
course.
respect for Scott Sargent, the restorer, because he gets sandblasted there. But we were there, and the whole team were driving in cowboy hats, and the Audrain team was just fantastic. The generosity of Nick Shores was unbelievable. Without them, I would never have been able to complete my dream to go across country in a pre-war Bugatti, and I hope many people get inspired to take the car, drive it. You don't need to go across the country, but drive it, do a road trip. And the moments in Nebraska and Wyoming when we were maybe for an hour the only car, stunning, stunning. This country is the best country for a road trip.
Well, and you didn't take an old restoration. It's a brand new restoration, and you broke it in that way. That's one thing that struck me about you. I first became aware of you a few years ago when your cars were stuck and didn't make it here.
Yes.
You went and bought a car at the auction. You said, I just feel like I should have a car on the field. They let you put the car on the field. I mean, what is it about this event that makes you, just go beyond what's thought possible?
This is Christmas Day today.
Yeah.
And the whole week is Christmas week. It's the best of the best. It's the best concours in the world, the toughest judging. And it's so interesting. You always see new cars. I mean, there's so fantastic cars out here I've never seen before. And that's the nice thing, the element of surprise, the high level, the high quality. The discussion with the judge during the judging is fantastic, because they mostly know more about your own car than you do. So you always learn something about your own car, which is interesting. And the people you meet, such a fantastic crowd here.
Well, you embody the true pioneering spirit of the automobile. I mean, the stories we'll tell about you in 100 years, I think, will be pretty cool.
No.
Oh, I disagree.
As long as they talk about the cars, that's more important.
Yeah, but it's the people that drive them. That's what gets us.
Preserve them.
Yeah. Well, Fritz, thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so much.
Coming and joining us. I know it's a very high pressure day.
Not for me.
No.
I enjoy it so
I love
much.
your attitude. Well, of course, a big weekend like this has to start somewhere, and it really does on Thursday morning at the Pebble Beach Tour d'Elegance. And, well, the MC, the Master of Ceremonies for the entire event, Amanda Stretton, was our lady on the ground there, and she was up bright and early. And just check this out. She definitely caught all the action.
So this is the start of the tour. It also symbolises the start of Car Week, the race to the finish, if you like. And what we see around us is art in motion. We've got representations of cars here dating back as early as 1901 to Formula One cars who are actually competing in this year's championship. They're not going to be on the tour, but let's go and see what else we can find. And when we're talking about art in motion, you've got to look at this. You can tell by the buzz around this car, it is definitely one to watch out for. Now, this beautiful Hispano Suiza was originally commissioned by Dubonnet. Beautiful woodwork here. When this body was built, allegedly it only weighed 160 pounds. Now, this is also a really special car, the Bugatti 101. Now, originally when this car was built, it was just a chassis, but then found by Virgil Exner, who actually put the body on this car. Now, Bugatti is the most winning marque here at the Pebble Beach Concours. Might this be a contender for Best in Show? One of the featured marques at this year's show is Invicta. Now, there were only a few of them built, but we've got 11 of them on the lawn here. This is one brought over by England. And what puts this car apart is that it was actually once owned by Alain de Cadenet, that wonderful motoring personality who sadly passed away. And this was his favoured car for various rallies and touring across Europe. Original body by Car Bodies, beautiful car. So that's it, the tour is officially about to start. 70 miles down the California highway. We've got art in motion, and truly the history of the automobile is on display.
Well, that was a great piece by Amanda because, you know, for her, she's locked in to take the heavy lifting this afternoon. I'll be introducing her in a little bit when she takes the main stage for the award show. But being out there for the tour, we were all there, lucky enough to walk along. And for me, it's about seeing these cars that we've seen in these books for months in a way, and little pictures, not always that great. And then you see the cars, and it's a different thing to seeing them on the lawn here. When you see them in person about to be driven, literally these cars that in a museum people wouldn't be allowed within 6 feet of, they're right up against them. They got cameras, they got fingers, and they're all touching.
They got grommets on their jeans within inches of the car.
I'm sweating on behalf of the owners, but you get a chance to see these magnificent automobiles and they start to come to life. You start to realize why they were selected to be here. And Tommy, we talk about this, well, Sandra Button does to the judges. She reminds people that this is a competition, and we're here, we're having a wonderful time. There's hospitality units, everyone is drinking fine wine, champagne, and amazing food and looking out on this spectacle. But for everybody who bought a car, the caretakers that got them ready, this is a competition.
You saw how much it meant to Fritz Burkhardt.
Yeah.
And the man has done everything, and he was absolutely beside himself, jumping like a little kid that had just gotten a new toy. And so, but that's where it starts. So it's serious competition. The tour is the beginning, and even unloading in the lot. It's the first time they guard the list of cars here so that no one knows who they're competing against. They know they're invited, but they don't know anyone else. They talk to their friends perhaps, but they see, and I was talking to Jonathan Siegel, and he says, oh, wow, David Sidorik's here with his Aston in my class, and he was spreading. Then he sprung an oil leak, missed the tour, which counts as a tiebreaker. So the tension starts to build on that Thursday, and then you also see him out in the daylight for the first time. The buzzes start, the murmurs start, and the tour is, so it's stressful. They've got to run. It's, it's not a short drive. Siegel missed it, so they're given a chance to maybe make it up, and so it's the beginning of the competition, and it builds slowly over 4 days.
And it's also, for me and so many other people, another Pebble Beach moment where memories are made. And I just like to go back to 2016 when Mercedes asked me to drive Sir Sterling Moss in a beautiful 300 SL, and Sir Sterling is a friend of mine. I said, do you mind if I put my camera in the car and my audio? And we just drove and we told stories. I would like to say it was all about racing. It was also about the wonderful women that he met along his racing career. It was just incredible. You realize this was a swashbuckling era. But to have the legend himself in a Mercedes on 17-mile drive, and you see his face.
One-on-one for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, we had the best time. And for me, my whole life at Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance has been about those magical Pebble Beach moments, and that was one for me, for sure. So, of course, sets the weekend in motion, and here we are, 3 days later. It's crazy.
My memory is the very first one I had here. I came here in 1985, and that was the year, and I didn't really know what was going on. I was at the races with my dad. We came over here, and that was the year they had all 6 Bugatti Royales. Look at that car. It's bigger than any other car. They were the 6 most expensive cars in the world, all in one place for the first time ever or since. And I didn't know a lot about the pre-war cars or anything like that. I was, just out of college or high school, and I knew they were special, and then so obviously you stood next to it. The wheel had to have been probably 30-something inches tall. Everything about it was just 50% bigger than the biggest car you'd ever seen. Really made an impact. Funny how it works, where I come back full circle and heavily involved.
Yeah, it's nice to know you're looking so youthful. That sounded like a long time ago, Tommy. Well, anyone here today is blown away by the Pebble Beach Concours tribute to 75 years of Formula One. And it's BRMs, there's Tolmans, there's Marches, there's McLarens, there's Williams, there's Tyrrells. Some James Hunt car there. I walked up there and I gotta say, they were extraordinary to see, and especially in this era when Formula One is so front and center in American culture. But anyway, I walked out there a little bit earlier and I got together with one of our great friends in the Formula One world and a man who embodies the true spirit of being involved in the sport, Zak Brown, CEO of McLaren Racing. Well, one of the star attractions at this year's Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance is, of course, 75 years of Formula One, and no better man than Zak Brown, CEO of McLaren Racing. Zak, this is a busman's holiday for you, obviously. You're racing out at the track. How did that go?
Went pretty well, actually. I was very happy. I ran 4 different cars. Jaguar IMSA GTP, XJR10, a IROC, which Ray Evernham and Rob Kaufman brought back the series, which was really cool. A Porsche 935, and then I drove our Niki Lauda 84 championship car, which is just down the way.
Well, that's a nice segue because, not only are you an automotive racing fan, but you're also a curator of these old cars, and you realize how important they are in the history of motorsports to be here. When you pulled in this morning and saw all these Formula One cars by the water at Pebble Beach, must have been a little bit of a mind-blowing moment.
Yeah, the lineup of cars they have here is staggering, from the earliest to the newest. And I love the history of the sport. I remember my first Grand Prix, 1981 Long Beach Grand Prix, and the impression it made on me. So to be able to show everyone the history of Formula One here in Pebble Beach is quite remarkable.
Obviously, the Drive to Survive era has brought in so many young people. People that, when you used to go in America, and say I'm into Formula One, they'd be like, what's that? Now it's mainstream. I see that reflected here today.
No, it's fantastic. I think it's done wonders for our sport. Got to give a lot of credit to Netflix, the circuits out here in North America, but we've brought in a lot of women, a lot of youth, and North America, and those were the 3 things that the sport really needed to kind of go to the next level. And it's awesome to see the fandom here now around the world, as opposed to just Europe and Asia Pac, but really in North America, Formula One being a major sport.
I will get shot if I don't ask this. So I'm not going to ask you which of the children are going to win, but it should be a McLaren, shouldn't it?
It's looking pretty good. Constructors is quite a staggering lead. Not done till it's done, but that looking really good. And then I think if we can come out of the summer break and put another few gaps to this Max Verstappen guy, I think you can't rule him out yet. But in another couple races, if we can keep doing what we're doing, I think you're going to have a Oscar Lando showdown, which is quite exciting.
All the way to the final flag. Hey, mate, thank you so much for being here. I have to show you this car, guys. Come, join me over here. Well, talk about David and Goliath. In 2009, this little team, the team that could, so to speak, Brawn Racing, it was only around for 1 year under the leadership of the incredibly talented Ross Brawn. Jenson Button, you see, this was his car. Jenson won 6 out of the first 7 races. Can you imagine the shockwaves that caused through the Formula One paddock? This team just absolutely capitalized on every minute of the regulations. Jenson went on to win the championship. Rubens Barrichello was his teammate. Together, I think they won 9 races. What a dominant force. Then the team was swallowed up in some of the corporate takeovers in Formula One. But Jenson Button, Ross Brawn, and the Brawn team, there's a great documentary on Netflix. Go and check it out. It's very significant having this car here because it shows, in amongst the might of the manufacturers, there's still an opportunity for the small guy to rise to the top. 75 years of Formula One, everybody. What a special treat for everyone at this year's concours. I just loved that. I just loved seeing those cars, TK.
Well, now that they're adding elegance points for history, every single, maybe more than any other classes, every single one of those hits someone a different way.
Well, coming up after the short break, you can see the concept lawn there with some of the most spectacular cars of the present and the future. And TK went out there a little bit earlier this morning to see what caught his eye.
Get out there and have fun, because you've got Meguiar's. And and we've got your back. Meguiar's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Meguiar's, reflect your passion.
You love your special car, whether it's old school, muscle, rugged, rad, quirky, svelte, sporty, or sophisticated. That's why you need better coverage built for collector cars from Haggerty. We protect the cars you drive less but love more.
Well, everybody, welcome back to the 74th Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. And that's a beautiful shot there. I mean, no one playing golf today, but they actually were right up until the last minute, even when we were assembling all those beautiful hospitalities you can see in the background. I mean, really quite a scene. A little bit of pressure. I saw a couple of guys missing their shots with about 500 unwanted strangers staring at you coming up the last 18th fairway. But I mean, really a beautiful setting, as always, for these special classes and some other classes, TK, that we've never really heard of, you know, if you're not really involved in the historic world. And yeah, I mean, really quite amazing. But TK, your concept lawn piece, tell us about it.
Well, before we get to the Exner, Virgil Exner, who is known for basically producing incredible concept cars, something that's been at Pebble Beach for a long time now and is super popular, is the concept lawn. I went up there earlier to see what was all arrayed out there and getting the most attention. The concept lawn debuted at Pebble Beach in 1989, and it was an immediate hit with both attendees and automakers alike. The attendees get to see the latest, most advanced, most stylized, one-of-a-kind dream cars from the design studios. The automakers get real-time feedback on what people think of where they want to take the design language of the company. Fast forward 36 years, and it's bigger and better than ever and more popular than ever, but it's evolved a little bit. You still have the pure concept cars, but you also have some prototypes that are going into production. You've also got some really limited, just released bespoke models that the car companies are trying to keep their best customers happy with. And then you've got now these boutique manufacturers and coach builders that are hoping to get some attention of some big customers, sell a few cars, and make it into the big time. Let's take a look at a few of each. This is the Bentley EXP, the future vision for Bentley design, a pure concept. It's inspired by the 1930s Speed 6 nutting Blue Train coupe. Look at the size, the proportion, the presence of this car. If you think about the opulence of the 30s and the cars that dominated on the lawn at Pebble Beach, and you're starting to see cars with this kind of size and presence work their way onto the streets in the ultra luxury division. This is the Lamborghini Fenomeno, the latest hypercar from Lamborghini. They're always coming up with something new and very special for their best customers. Super limited production, but this is the highest output Lamborghini V12 ever, 835 normally aspirated horsepower. And if you can afford it, you want it. This is the Nichols N1A, and if that name sounds familiar, it's because Steve Nichols designed the virtually unbeatable McLaren MP44 that Senna and Prost used. And so the philosophy that Gordon Murray took into road cars is kind of captured here, but a different idea. It's an open top car. It looks like a Can-Am car, but listen to these stats. It's sculpted, light, and performance-based. 7-liter, normally aspirated, manual gearbox, under 2,000 pounds. That would be an absolute face-melting performer. This is the Karma Amaris, which is a prototype heading for production, but look at the contours both inside and out on this. Just a work of art. This is a concept car from Cadillac, the Cadillac Soleil. Now, it also follows in the line of some really successful Cadillac cars from the early 2000s, the Cadillac 16, and then you had the CL in 2011, which really got tongues wagging, but never saw anywhere close to production. This one, I think, is a different story. They're saying it's a concept, but if you look at how the Celestique is going ultra bespoke, super upscale, it would not surprise me if you saw this gorgeous 4-seat convertible make its way into production. I've been around this for 40 years, and that still gets my blood pumping, seeing all that new inspiration and so forth. But the feedback is even faster and furious. You can guarantee that all the social media teams from these groups will be poring over all the heat maps to seeing what people are talking about, what they like, what they don't like, for better or for worse.
You know, TK, what I love about your piece there is it shows that we're obviously embracing the past. This is an homage to the past. But when you're there amongst all those cars, the future suddenly comes alive too. And which of those cars will we be talking about in 50 years, right? We don't know.
Yeah, and you see all the different directions. There were some that were supposed to be here that I was excited to see that didn't show up. So, but it like I said, it still gets my blood pumping even here after I'm an old dog.
Well, a gentleman, a car designer who could have absolutely deserved his place on the concept lawn, of course, is Virgil Exner. We have the cars of Virgil Exner. I think President Eisenhower actually drove and was a passenger in that one we're seeing right now. We just walked past an extraordinary design.
Yeah, Exner was known for, I mean, he was the chief of advanced design for Chrysler. He had a meteoric rise through the business, but he commissioned a series of idea cars that never made it to production. It was kind of sad reading it because he was so avant-garde. And then he battled in a really conservative time within Chrysler. So he obviously had a heavy effect on some of the production cars, but he's known for these idea cars that really pushed boundaries. He's known as the king of the fins and so forth. And it never really, Ghia, he did some, there's some dual Ghias out there, and they made a series of cars that he kind of designed but didn't have a piece of. The Carmen Ghia has a style line on the side that came from one of his concept cars, didn't get any profit from. So I feel like it's a little bit of a tragic story. It's nice to see him on one of the special classes getting some of the due he deserves.
And certainly some oh my goodness moments when you see those cars out there. Anyway, when we come back, we'll be continuing on some very special guests on the horizon for you all. And of course, the award show coming up in the not too distant future. Anyway, we will be right back after this.
It's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others. It's not your everyday car, so don't pay more for everyday insurance. Pay a better price for better coverage from Hagerty. Quote today at Hagerty.com.
Well, a couple of days ago, the lawn behind me was actually quite empty of people other than some stunning Rolls-Royce Phantom celebrating 100 years of Phantom. And I caught up with one very proud owner of a couple of the most special cars out there. Well, this is definitely another one of those Pebble Beach Concours moments when you get to see these beautiful Rolls-Royce Phantoms out here celebrating the centenary of the very famous British marque. And Stephen Brower, the honorary chief judge here at Pebble Beach. Good to see you. Thank you. These cars look like they were built for the lawns of Pebble Beach, but of course their origins was a long time ago.
Yes, and far away as well. In the history of the Phantoms, the wonderful silver ghost that built Rolls-Royce's reputation as the greatest car in the world was getting a little long in the tooth by 1920. And so Rolls updated and came out with the Phantom 1, later called the Phantom 1, with an overhead valve engine and many improvements over the Ghost. And then they evolved to Phantom 1 through 6.
And of course, this is a special car. It is a royal vehicle, and I heard that the Royal Yacht Britannia actually was built in a way around this car to allow it to be traveled around the world.
That's correct. Rolls-Royce started this chassis in 1953, and it went to the royal household in 54 and used by the Queen all over the world.
I love it. So, as we reflect back on the 100 years, what is the significance of Phantom to the marque?
Well, Phantom always represented the large car for Rolls-Royce. They had a smaller version car for a personal drive, but the Phantom was always top of the line, the big car. And that was the essence of each of the chassis, is the large version.
I love it. Well, we can't wait to see them on the lawn here. Thank you so much.
All right.
It is beautiful. Royal Britannia, I could sing, but I won't. I mean, you really don't want to hear me sing. I love the fact it confused me a bit when I was back at Goodwood the other day at the Festival of Speed, and they was God Save the King. I'd never sung that before because you don't sing that over here. Anyway, Stephen Brower, our honorary chief judge, leading the way with his cars. But TK, some really pretty cool stats on Rolls-Royce.
Well, the amazing thing, it's 100 years of Phantom. Rolls-Royce is older than that. The longest running model in history of any car, 100 years of Phantom, and it's the top of the line, the biggest Rolls-Royce. How cool is that? But so they have 5, Rolls-Royce has 5 best of show. 4 of the 5 are Phantom. So, but they're a little bit of a dry spell. They were really kind of the dominant car early on. They have not won best of show since 1992. So 100 years of Phantom celebration, lots of incredible cars on there with incredible history. Is this year that those big cars can finally get back in, you know, people's tastes have changed. We've gone through some eras. It was the Rolls-Royce, and then the French flowing cars, and then more of the power and strength of the Mercedes and Duesenbergs later. So is this the year that they break through?
Well, we're going to find out in all too short a time frame, I can tell you. We'll be right back just after this.
Get out there and have fun, because you've got Meguiar's, and we've got your back. Meguiar's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Meguiar's, reflect your passion.
Welcome back to the 74th Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Justin Bell and Tommy Kendall here, right now enjoying the most beautiful day, and of course I can sense this energy behind us in all that you could see it from Fritz. We just talked to a minute ago with his car. There's an energy because there are people that have spent millions of dollars and hundreds and thousands of man hours getting themselves ready for this trophy, the Best of Show. I mean, it's a stunning trophy and will disappear from our hands a little bit later towards the end of the show. But TK, we like to try and take the pulse on what's going on. I mean, it's so hard to do, and we talked to some of the experts, and by no means is this an indicator of who's going to take Best of Show, but there's definitely a little bit of buzz, a little bit of hype.
Well, the first car that we heard about was this tulip wood Hispana Suiza. And a lot of talk was about, there were some rumors that maybe some cars were scared away when this car was rumored to be here. It has gone through an absolutely unbelievable restoration. Lee Anderson, who won Best of Show with his Duesenberg, I think 3 years ago, who bought 2 cars to get the original body and chassis back together there. And so that car, he's done something here, put it back into a traditional form. The second car is this Rolls the Duesenberg out of the Learman, or the Garib collection. So Duesenberg's, it has those same scalloped louvers that Lee Anderson car had before. When you look at one of these cars, it's hard not, and this one also has upholstery on the hood, which was something that Weyman did on his coach building, something that set that apart. And now the Rolls-Royce, a Phantom, big car that is being talked about extensively for Best of Show. This is the one out of the Learman collection out of Florida. And then you have 2 Mercedes-Benz. So you can see why these cars were so popular in the early going. 5 Best of Shows until before 1992, and then we have these Mercedes. This is it's a beautiful pale yellow. It's the a 600 Sauchik 4-passenger car. And the question on the Mercedes, both this one and the next one, is it too soon? Mercedes has just been on an incredible roll. They've won 2 of the last 4 Best of Shows. And so will the judges hold it against them? You know, they're supposed to just judge the cars as they are. And then when they see them all together in the winner's circle, pick the best of the lot. But the final one is the exact same model, this 540K. And then we go on to this car, is the only post-war car that is getting some discussion, the Lancia Stura. It was started pre-war, finished post-war, which is why it kind of looks like a pre-war car. But if it gets into the final thing, it would be the second, or only the third one since the first 5 years of a post-war car. And it looks more like a pre-war car, as I can see. This color, this owner made an interesting decision. He did not enter it in the tour because he did not want anyone to see it until the actual competition. And so that's a big risk. It's a little like fouling someone on purpose at the end of the game to try to get the possession of the ball back, because that, if you're not on the tour and there's a tie, you lose.
Wow. Well, even less specific than we are about who might take home Best of Show is just a couple of cars that caught our eye. And for me, I was walking through on the tour and I saw this 1955 Jaguar D-Type in red, which is pretty unusual for Jag. Obviously, the D-Type was designed for Le Mans and it was built with that same 3.4 litre XK engine as the C-Type. This car, it was ordered and bought over here, and actually Carroll Shelby drove it, which is kind of interesting. Burnt to the ground on Hollywood Boulevard back in the 50s. Anyway, rebuilt, unseen for the past 61 years, and it's just been restored to original red livery, which I love.
And wow, talk about story and very personally, that's Dan Gurney, the All-American hero from All-American Racing. Look at him drift that Eagle. And the car on the lawn is the very first Eagle ever made, and it drove at the Belgian Grand Prix in 1966. And so he had it, it was up in the attic. His son, Justin, pulled it down the attic after years. After Dan had passed away, restored it and sold it to one of Dan's very best friends, Bruce Meyer. And once Bruce had the car, a package arrived one day, and it was the trophy from that first event that has sat on Dan's desk since 1966. And I got emotional reading about it because I know Bruce, I know Justin, I knew Dan. And this is an emotional car. It's also one of the most beautiful Formula One cars of all time. So I don't know if a race car has a shot at getting in the Final Four, but this one has a story to beat all.
Okay, you might have beaten me on that one. Good pick. I just love this Rolls Royce, a 1923 Rolls Royce, and it is a Barcatura, and this has a really lovely story. But the most important part is just look at the unpainted finish on this car. I mean, they kept it in its original, it was bought in polished aluminum, ordered that way, and I really love the fact it stayed in India until 1979. And as the owner said to me when I was looking around it, he said, I cannot hide the age and the provenance and the life this car has led and experienced with paint. I cannot paint over it. So every mark and everything is on it. I love it. I hope it does well.
Now, Amanda did a little bit on this in her tour piece. This is the 1965 Bugatti Type 101 CX Roadster, and it doesn't look like any Bugatti you've ever seen, and that's for a reason. It's a one of one. This was Virgil Exner's car. Bugatti made only 7 101 chassis, and Exner found an unbuilt chassis in a barn, and he dreamt up what the modern interpretation of a Bugatti should look like. And so, since we're honoring Virgil Exner and Bugatti, one of the most successful marques, it's a striking car. It's a little bit like, I think, when Elvis Presley first burst on the scene, nobody quite knew what to make of it. Their heads exploded. So that's my pick for one that jumped out at me.
Well, I'm very excited to talk about this next special feature, and that is the Invicta class. I was pretty lucky. I went and saw 2 of them earlier this week.
Invicta, the motor car of speed, grace, and British pride. Drive the legend. Invicta, built to last a lifetime.
Well, it's been 100 years since Noel Macklin built his first Invicta in the garage at his home in Cobham, England. Only 77 produced and 11 are appearing this year at the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. It was an interesting concept and supported by the money of the British sugar magnate Oliver Lyle. And it was pretty simple: build a car that was low, fast, agile and torquey. But as always, everybody wants more power, and it wasn't long before they put a 4.5-litre Meadows engine into the underslung S-Type. It inspired everybody to take to the racetrack. Almost every Invicta made ended up in some kind of competition, which is why we should take a look at this one. Raced all over Europe, and we have the documentation to prove it, which will count a long way in the judges' eyes. And racing certainly was in the blood of the family that built this car, and no one had more success behind the wheel of an Invicta than Noel's sister-in-law, Violet Cordery. She went on to set speed records at Brooklyn. She set long-distance records at Monterey and at Monza, and then embarked on circumnavigating the globe, which took her 5 months and did over 10,500 miles at an average speed of 24.6 miles an hour. Kind of incredible when you think about it. Sadly, despite their sportiness, they were definitely the hot rods of the era. They weren't a commercial success. And it's kind of ironic that 100 years later, the Invicta is one of the most sought after cars that we will see on the lawn this weekend. Noel would have been very proud. And I was actually very proud and slightly embarrassed at my ignorance of the Invicta brand. But since I mentioned it, Alan de Cadney, one of our great friends of the Concours, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, he had Invictas. They were one of his favorite cars. So I guess I wasn't a member of that club, but very special.
Kind of the point of the special classes is to bring awareness to cars. They only existed for 10 years and there aren't that many of them, so you're forgiven for not maybe knowing about them. But that is the whole point, is to shine a light. And so both Invicta and one of the other special classes we're going to talk about in a little bit, Moretti, is another one that
special.
And so you can't know everything about everything, but that's why Pebble Beach is steering us, and we're going to try to help guide you through that. Moretti's.
Let's talk about the tour posters first, because the tour posters and the poster for the main event this year, I don't know. You can see the Invicta on the front there. The artist has really grasped the subject matter beautifully, and I think it just encapsulates this whole event. And there is there's the tour poster patron. It was the David Sidoric with his Aston, and for me, there literally are some of the most beautiful artwork that I have seen about cars, and it's a big thing for the owners to be able to feature their car and of course have the original artwork at home. So how lucky we are. There it is. That's that DB4 Zagato GT. I just love that. I would put that on my wall. So this is all part of preserving the unique nature of Pebble Beach. This is an event of class and style and distinction, and I think in today's world it really is important to remember that. And the way they do the posters is very special. Well, you mentioned another one of our special classes, Moretti. I thought Moretti was Giampiero Moretti from Momo, who we all raced for and Dad raced for, but no, it wasn't. They're pretty special cars, DK.
Well, and it's a centennial. The cars they're known for are more recent, but the company was started in 1925, motorcycles. And then he had plans to go into cars. The war kind of set that back, but what they're known for is just really small. The first car was a 750cc that had like 60 horsepower. 750cc, that's like, that's 50 cubic inches, something like that. It's just tiny, 45 cubic inches, something like that. 1,200 pounds, and one just like this raced in the very first Pebble Beach road races, and so it's almost like a go-kart. And there's a picture of an MG behind it. Look, the MG looked massive. So they started with the 750s, tiny. And then he never really experienced commercial success. He tried an unbelievable number of different models, going up to 1,200 cc's. He had Barchettas and coupes and this, that, and the other. The company finally went out of business in 1989. It had a hell of a run, but could never quite hit the formula. But Ken Gross told me, or in the program story, that he saw a Road and Track cover in 1954, and he was just mesmerized. The guys that drove it said, this is one of the best driving cars we've ever experienced, but never really caught on.
As my girlfriend said when we saw one of the sports cars, that's like a sports car for small people. It really was incredible. Here's a class that I think must be so hard to judge, and that is the Shelby. I saw Aaron Shelby yesterday at another event, and obviously seeing those cars all put together here, TK, I don't know, for me, that the Shelby is a genre, it's a mark that there seems to be a lot of stakeholders in it. So I'm sure judging them must be very, very hard, but we know a guy who bought the first one.
Now
there it is.
Now owns the first one. That is Bruce Meyer, the very first production Cobra ever made. And you're right, it's Shelby Cobra that we're celebrating, and it's we're at 60 years of the big block, the 427s. We have 289s, and there were so many different configurations, because you had 289s, you have 427s, you have comps, you have semi-comps, you've got narrow body 427s. They really do have a wide variety, but it's kind of that alluring, the opposite of the Moretti. It was, let's put a huge engine in a little British chassis, and they took the sports car world by storm. They were decimating the Corvettes and so forth. Finally went to Europe, almost beat Ferrari the first year, and then finally the next year won the world championship, first and last time that an American manufacturer has done that.
Well, they did look good down there. I mean, the other end of the fairway, you can see the people are thinning out down the other end because they're starting to gravitate this way for the award ceremony. But I think we should make mention of the curation of the fairways here at Pebble Beach. For 51 weeks a year, this is a golf course, and it's in demand, and every single tee spot is taken. But they really work closely with the Concours team led by Sandra Button to allow us to dominate, take over their fairways. I mean, there are so many people here, and I know we showed the tour feature, the Haggerty Dawn Patrol earlier, but that really was literally an invasion of people you know, who have made their way down here. It's not easy to get down 17-mile drive when everyone's trying to do it. And they make their way here just to come through these gates and this opening shot of the bay and the golf course and then these beautiful cars. I find it really, really moving when you're down there. And also, this was a year, there's some pretty, I'm not going to say the media is jaded, but the media can be very jaded, as we know when they come to all these events. And I heard a lot of rumor, people saying, like Matt Farah going, this is the best I've ever seen it, as you walk around. And the scope and scale, TK, is obviously a big part of it. Now, when you see the cars like I did, the Invictas, out of here on their own, it's a bit like being at a Porsche event. You see one on the street and you go, oh, that's a special car. When you see 100 of them, it kind of water everywhere is the sort of way you feel. When you're walking around, there are certain cars though that just catch your eye, and I think that's what we're talking about this afternoon.
Well, we've heard owners and restorers talk about, I mean, so much goes into it. Sometimes they paint the car multiple times in different shades, or they do test panels and they test it in different light. They take it, see how it looks on grass, etc. And it all makes a difference. I saw David Sidoric in that green Aston at the tour. I said, I don't know how it gets prettier than this. And then I saw him out there. I said, well, now I know it gets prettier when it's sitting on green grass, because a beautiful Aston Martin green. The layout, you talked about how much work they put into those, the Invictas and some of the Rollses and the Formula One cars along the water. It's a little bit like visual storytelling. Architects, you know, they have a reveal where you know the view shows itself as you walk into a well-designed house. That's what they've done here, and you don't realize you're being kind of guided on this journey, and things are being exposed. And there's no rhyme or reason. It's not like all the pre-war cars are here. They're kind of, and they walk you through this journey, which is really. When you think about it, you're like, oh, wow, they helped shape my whole experience.
Well, it's getting very close, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of the official award show. We like to call this the pre-show, just like we use in big races around the world. And we tell the stories, we set the scene, but of course the scene is what's going to happen on the ramp behind us any minute. I actually have to go. Just for a few minutes, because I'm going to have the amazing honor of being the first person that walks out and introduces Amanda Stretton, our Master of Ceremonies. I think they all know she's the Master of Ceremonies, but I still do it with a little bit of a surprise and a reveal. So I got to go and get ready for that. TK is going to have quite a big guest joining us in a minute. So stick around, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
I don't see Jay. But...
It's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others. It's not your everyday car, so don't pay more for everyday insurance. Pay a better price for better coverage from Hagerty. Quote today at Hagerty.com.
Get out there and have fun, because you've got Meguiar's, and we've got your back. Meguiar's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Meguiar's, reflect your passion.
Let me see. Okay, we're down. Ooh. We need to get.
Welcome back. We are just minutes away from the opening ceremonies here at the 74th Pebble Beach Concours de Elegance. Scene set, beautiful drone shots over the 18th fairway. I see the Honorable Michael Kadori walking by behind camera. Hello there, sir. Good luck. So the competition is about to build, and the first thing, there'll be the introductions and so forth, but pretty quickly we'll get into the Parade of Elegance, but the class winners. And so before we get there, let's dig into some of these stats. So Mercedes-Benz and Bugatti are tied with 10 Best of Show wins each. And those have come, Mercedes have been really, they didn't win their first one until 1971. So they've really been on a roll. Rolls came out of the gate super strong. And when I was talking with some of the people, it kind of makes sense where in the early going, the tradition and the formality of Rolls-Royce really captured people. And then society maybe all of a sudden the French cars with the Duesenbergs and the French coachwork kind of came into play, and they really had their run. And then more recently, an appreciation for both the strength and the beauty of the Mercedes-Benz cars. And so I think it has to do with what's going on in the world, taste change. You know, 1 minute people love white cars and they sell like hotcakes. Next minute later, no one will touch them and it's all black and silver. So a little bit of that happening here, and I don't think people are conscious of it, but it shows up in the stats. So one of the more staggering one is that you've had the 30s, and the way the 30s have dominated is you have 37 wins, I believe, 31 wins, best of show wins, just from 19. Oh, I'm not paying close enough attention. So it's 37 has 1 year has won 11 times. 1931 has won 7 times. Pre-war has 66 wins, and it's even more lopsided than that because the first 5 years of this competition, it was essentially a new car show, and they gave out an award for the new car show, and then finally it turned into a historic car show, and you had a winner back then that was post-war once it shifted, and then you had one in 2014. So it's been an absolute domination by pre-war. So the last, I'm having a hard time reading the monitor. The last that win, the 1964 Ferrari 375 Scaglietti Coupe, I think that the John Shirley car is the only post-war car to go over the Best of Show, to collect the Best of Show trophy in the last, I want to say, 60 years. So so that's the setting. But before last year, a preservation car had never won here, and so they tweaked the rules on what comprise elegance, and they said there's awards for patina, awards for history, awards for story, and points awarded for all those things that level the playing field against those huge the presence of those 30s cars. So I've been joined on stage here by a guest that needs no introduction. I will. Barry McGuire.
How you doing, man?
Welcome. How
Great to
many
see
years
you.
have you been coming to this event?
It's pushing 40.
Pushing
somewhere.
40 years.
I've lost track. It's at 30 something, more than 35. So we've been around a little while. But guess what? Do you know who presents the Preservation Award? This is a big. I mean, shall we say germane to your conversation here? And it's kind of funny because I'm in the car wax business, right? I make things shine. Preservation cars have nothing shiny at all. But Sandra gave us the opportunity. You know, she would like to have some fun doing something totally out of the ordinary. So she mentioned I grabbed it. So we've been doing it for a lot of years. But when I gave that Preservation Award last year, I never, into my mind, thought that car was going to win Best of Show. That was that was a surprise.
Partially because of products like yours. I saw Chip Connor's Porsche. It's a preservation car. I'm like, that's not a preservation car. It's a brand new car. So some people are taking cars.
But still, it's the original paint.
It is the original paint.
Okay,
yeah.
Now I got to tell you, no, I will. Maybe keep putting McGuire's on it for the time it's. You know, we've been around since 1901.
I did not know that.
My grandfather, he was focused on creating a perfect finish of black lacquer furniture. No cars, right?
I was gonna say that was you developed the wax for the cars.
And he literally prayed. It's an interesting story, right quick. It'll take about 2 seconds to do it. And God, he tells the story. Told the story how God gave him some very unusual ingredients. He created this perfect finish on black lacquer furniture. He was in Evansville, Indiana. Okay, over half of the horses' carriages in America were made in Evansville, and they're all painted with black lacquer. And so even without his permission, he didn't do it. They started taking his furniture polish and putting it on the cars, and his furniture polish became a carriage polish. This is exactly what happened. Now here's what I love most. He didn't take us retail. He moved to California in 1913, started selling all the shops. So Murphy with the Duesenberg bodies and everything, and all the painters. So when I got out of school in the 60s, I started going to car shows all over, and they're all using our products. We're already, and they're mad at me. They had to buy it from their painter. Don't you want to sell this product to us? So I talked to the family and let me go retail. Here's the point. If you talk to a car guy today, use McGuire's products, and you ask them, what's McGuire's most known for? They'll tell you creating a perfect finish on black paint.
Well, that's the toughest one.
And I'm thinking, my granddad, I'm doing it for you. I'm still on his original passion.
Yep.
That was 1901. This is 2020. We're getting ready to celebrate our 75th anniversary for McGuire's. and we're known for doing what was the original passion for my granddad.
Talk about, let's pivot to the cars here.
Yeah.
Which cars speak to you? I'm sure you love them all, but which ones move you the most? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble. Of course, I'm a generalist because I've done thousands of car shows. I've done TV shows at every kind, and we went, for 18 years to our car crazy TV shows all over the world, and we specifically went over different parts of the hobby, so every car guy in the world could see what other car guys look like around the world. So I have my preferences. I know hot rod. There was only one choice in the 50s.
We've got like 10 seconds.
Okay, so
what's
all
your
that,
favorite?
but the Great American Car, the Duesenberg, all that, the heritage, and we're losing the heritage, and the young crowd, and I can understand it, but they're losing the heritage, the technology, the engineering, the chutzpah, the going the extra mile, and the passion that goes with that brings us all together as one family. I'm jealous over that.
Okay, Barry, thank you for diving in here for a quick thing. It is time for us to wrap up the pre-show. Thank you for joining for that fast-moving hour, and now it is time to go to Pebble Beach for the 74th Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance Awards ceremony.
To once again be here on the storied lawns of Pebble Beach, surrounded by these gleaming classic cars, faces of car lovers, and of course, the caretakers that love the cars. Today, I have the pleasure of hosting the live stream, the Pebble Beach Concours live stream, and it will be bringing all the action from this very ramp to our friends and the car communities around the world. To see and to obviously share this, please use the link pebblebeachconcours.live. Send it out to your friends who aren't here, make them a little jealous, but obviously to your car community. Now, before I join my co-host, Tommy Kendall, Hall of Fame race car driver, over there on the stage, you can see right to our right, allow me to introduce your master of ceremonies. Much like myself, she grew up in the passenger seat of some pretty iconic cars. In her case, many of them graced the very ramp here over the past few years. But whilst I was staring up at the enormous hands, actually, of my father, Derek Bell, racing car, sports car legend, she was also doing the same with her father, avid car racer, historic racer, and car collector, Terry Cohn. Now, obviously, we got inspired by their passion for performance and racing, and we both found our way into the racing world. We went on, both of us, to compete at Le Mans. I actually won the 24 hours there and a world championship. She went on to set a record as the first British female driver to win a long-distance FIA GT race around in Europe. She's also a renowned automotive journalist and a TV personality. But more importantly to us, it is the third year she has been in the role here. Please join me in giving a very warm Pebble Beach welcome to our Master of Ceremonies for 2025, Amanda Stretton. So she's headed this way. in this glorious 1961 Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato Coupe featured on this year's tour poster. And let's give another round of applause for this year's poster patron, David Sidoric, and your 2025 Master of Ceremonies, matching the car in her beautiful outfit, Amanda Stretton. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you very much for that beautiful, warm, sunny welcome. And what better way is there to kick off the show than with this stunning example of a DB4? Mr. Sidoric, thank you so much. Now, before we actually get started, I'd just like to personally welcome you all to the 74th Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. And what an honor it is to be here with all of you. I've already seen so many old friends, made so many new friends, and seen so many fabulous cars.
I think for all of us, and I think you'll all agree, when you walked out there this morning, you realized that the selection committee at the Concours outdid themselves this year. I mean, whether it's the Formula One cars or the Invictas, you go all the way down to the Land Rovers. For me, there isn't enough time to see them all.
Actually, I got started very early this morning. I got started very, very early because this year I really wanted to make sure I had enough time to get round to see them all. So it is fabulous, the most spectacular assortment of cars. But you've got a big show ahead of you as well.
Yes, I've got to leave you in a second because we have to get over. Our show has been broadcasting for the past hour on what we call the live stream, going out all around the world. And it is a global audience because, as you imagine, not everyone can make it here every year. So it's been made possible. I mean, my crew, Jason Jacobson, who is leading the production as our partner, the crew have worked so hard to bring, you know, a very high quality broadcast for the global audience. And of course, it's made possible by 4 very important sponsors: Haggerty, Maguire's, Rolex, and Cars.
Well, Justin, thank you very much. I'm going to let you get back over there. So everybody, let's give a very big round of applause to Justin, the Talk team, and of course, the live stream sponsors, Haggerty, Maguire's, Rolex, and Classic Automotive Relocation Services, otherwise known as Cars. Do you want a kiss?
I'm going to say good luck and a kiss.
Oh.
Bye.
Thank you very much to Justin Bell. And of course, don't forget to tune in after the show as well, because Justin is going to be interviewing all of the notable guests as well. The next time I see him, we're going to know what is the best of show. So thank you very much for helping me start the show, Justin. And I'm going to see him in a few short hours. Now, I said before, and I say it again, I really am honoured to be back here for my 3rd year acting as Master of Ceremonies at the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Before we get rolling, let's just take a moment, though, to acknowledge the driving force behind this legendary event. Because for 39 years, this extraordinary woman has helped shape and elevate this concours into the world-class celebration that it is today. It's her vision and her dedication and the quiet confidence that guides all of us here today. It is my great pleasure to introduce the chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, Sandra Button. Now, it is, of course, only fitting that our chairman make her grand entrance in a car once owned none other by Queen Elizabeth II herself. So from one iconic woman to another, this car has known great company. The 1954 Rolls-Royce Phantom 4 Hooper Lordlet was one of only 18 ever built and restored for royalty and heads of state. She's codenamed Jubilee. I'm going to come round here and help Sandra out. Here we come. There we come. Well done, Sandra. Beautiful. Thank you very much. She's codenamed Jubilee for Rolls-Royce's 50th anniversary. And the Royal Yacht Britannia was even designed to ensure a perfect fit for this new limousine. For 43 years, it served the palace, traveling overseas on many royal tours and gracing royal weddings of 1981 and 1986. So today, this storied car is in the hands of Pebble Beach Concours Chief Honorary Judge Stephen Brow, who has taken the wheel and has brought you up here to make your phenomenal grand entrance. So on behalf of everybody here, and for those who are watching on the live stream, thank you, Sandra, for your efforts in bringing together great cars, great people, year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our chairman, Sandra Button. Now, today we're going to be celebrating centennials of 3 distinguished marques from 3 different countries. The enduring American classic Chrysler, Italy's small displacement Gem Moretti, and Britain's performance-driven Invicta. Additionally, the world's longest-running car model, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, turns 100 this year. Also gathered here today are some of the fastest, most advanced race cars on the planet, because to mark the 75th anniversary of Formula One, we've got 3 classes that have been curated to take you on a journey through racing history. We begin with a class that's dedicated to the origins of Formula One, including Grand Prix cars from as early as 1910, and ending with a class that feature cutting-edge race cars, some of which are actually competing in the current season. So the evolution of speed is truly on display down here. The last anniversary that we are celebrating is 60 years of Shelby Cobra 427. Now, all 4 versions are down on the lawn. We've got competition, semi-comp, street, and narrow hip, alongside the first and last production models, which really provides a rare presentation of Cobra lineage. We're also showcasing true examples of art in motion, with 17 dramatic designs by the visionary designer Virgil Exner, 2 of BMW's famous art cars, and also on the 17th fairway, we are paying homage to Land Rover from some of their historic expeditions. So every car that is on the lawn today tells a story of craftsmanship, of innovation, and of passion. And we thank the entrants, the restorers, the judges who helped bring this whole celebration to life. And we also thank you, all of the enthusiasts that have come from near and far in order to share our passion for the automobile. So just to remind you of what's happened so far today, this morning 229 cars drove through the Iron Gates at Dawn Patrol, 55 of them arriving from 22 countries abroad, and the rest coming from 31 states across the US. Each hopeful entrant piloted their prize cars onto the field, carefully positioning them and polishing in preparation for the judging, which officially started at 8 o'clock this morning. Now, we've got nearly 200 class and honorary judges arriving just before dawn with their clipboards in hand, ready to select their contenders for each of today's awards. The class judges are world-renowned historians, restorers, and specialists who spend months studying each car before they actually arrive today to make their final assessment and to determine the class award winners. Only the first-in-class winner go down here to the winner's circle, and then they will compete for Best in Show. Meanwhile, the honorary judges, who are visionaries and leaders in the automotive world, choose the Special and Elegance Award winners. And before we begin the class awards, we'd like to introduce you to those titans of industry who have traveled here to lend their experience. So, without further ado, would you please help me welcome to the ramp the 2025 Pebble Beach Concours honorary judges. So leading the group is Chris Bock, Chief Judge of the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Hailing from Nevada City, California, Chris has served on the selection committee since its inception and plays a key role in managing more than 100 class judges and all of their assignments. To learn more about our class judges, pick up a complimentary 2025 program at the program and poster booth just outside the main entrance. But a heartfelt thank you to Chris and to all of the class judges on the field today. Now, for our honorary judges, would you please allow me to introduce Alfonso Albaiza from Yokohama, Japan, Senior Vice President of Global Design, Nissan Motor Co. Silvio Angori, Cambiano, Italy, Vice Chairman of the Board and CEO, Pininfarina. Valentino Balboni, Ferrara, Italy, former Lamborghini Research and Development Test Driver. Manvendra Singh Barwani, Indore, India, Curator of the Oberoi Concours. Micia Borchet, Sant'Agata Bolognese, Italy, Design Director, Centro Stiale, Lamborghini. Philip Barbeck from Herndon, Virginia, Senior Vice President, Product Management, Audi of America. Markus Breitfeld, Stuttgart, Germany, Executive Vice President of Mercedes-Benz Heritage. Chris Brownridge, West Sussex, England, CEO of Rolls-Royce Motor Cars. Klaus Buser, Torino, Italy, Head of Design, Maserati. Christine Cheng, Birmingham, Michigan, Global Design Director from Lincoln. Michelle Christensen, Irvine, California, Global Vice President of Design, Karma Automotive. Miles Collier, Naples, Florida, founder of the Revs Institute for Automotive Research. Paolo Dell'Accia, Cambi. Bo Grön, Gothenburg, Sweden, VP of Creative Design, Lincoln Co. McKeel Haggerty, Traverse City, Michigan, CEO and Chairman of the Board, Haggerty. With friends. Frank Heil, Berlin, Germany, Director of Design, Bugatti. Kevin Hunter, Newport Beach, California, Executive Director, Design Director, of Toyota's Culti Design Research. Derek Jenkins, Malibu, California, Senior Vice President of Design and Brand, Lucid Motors. And Tisha Johnson, Douglas, Michigan, Head of Design, Slate Auto. So let's give a final big round of applause to our first group of honorary judges. More about their impressive careers and their many accomplishments can be found in your 2025 program. And the programs are complimentary and they're available for pickup just outside the main entrance at the program and poster sales booth. Our Our second group of honorary judges is led by Chief Honorary Judge Stephen Brower, who brought Sandra over the ramp. He is from St. Louis, Missouri, and is chairman of Hunter Engineering Company. Stephen has also served on our selection committee since its inception in 2005. And joining him, we have Felix Kilbertus from Turin, Italy, Chief Creative Officer, Pininfarina. Tom Christensen from Hobro, Denmark, 9-time Le Mans winner. Stefan Lamb from Sindelfingen, Germany, Director of Advanced Design, Mercedes-Benz. Dave Marek, Los Angeles, California, Executive Advisor for Acura. And before we now continue with the introductions, I would like to invite all the judges here to tip their hats in honor of the individual that would have been next in line. A celebrated racer, a beloved friend, and long-time Pebble Beach Concours judge, Jochen Mass. His storied driving career spanned Formula One, endurance racing, and historic motorsports, earning him respect and admiration across the globe. Most often driving for Porsche or Mercedes-Benz, Jochen won legendary races like the 24 Hours of Spa and the World Sports Car Championship in 1972, the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1987, and the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1989. But beyond the trophies and titles, Jochen's joy came from sharing his deep knowledge and love for cars with fellow enthusiasts. His absence is deeply felt, yet his legacy endures in every moment of camaraderie that we share today. So we invite you all to join us in a heartfelt round of applause in memory of racing great Jochen Mass. And now let's continue your applause for our next honorary judge. Lisa Matarazzo from Dearborn, Michigan, Global Chief Marketing Officer for Ford Motor Company. Kim McCulloch, Pompton Plains, New Jersey, Chief Marketing Officer, Pirelli Motorsports Holdings. Jordan Meadows, Long Beach, California, Vice President of Exterior Design at Scout Motors. Lord Montague of Beaulieu, Beaulieu, England, President of the National Motor Museum of Great Britain. Dan Neal, Raleigh, North Carolina, automotive critic from the Wall Street Journal. Steve Nichols, Woking, England, co-founder and technical director for Nichols Cars. Ken Okuyama, Tokyo, Japan, CEO of Ken Okuyama Design. Robin Page from Crewe, England, Director of Design for Bentley Motors. With friends. Marek Reichman from Gaydon, England, Executive Vice President and Chief Creative Officer for Aston Martin Lagonda. Frank Saucedo, Costa Mesa, California, Chief Design Officer for Myers-Manx. Lynn St. James, Phoenix, Arizona, co-founder and racing great, Women in Motorsports, North America. Freeman Thomas, Dana Point, California, Vice Chairman, Myers-Manx. Andreas Thurner, Los Angeles, California, founder and CEO of Thurner Design. Franz von Holzhausen, Los Angeles, California, chief designer for Tesla. Dr. Frank Stefan Vasslinger, Crew England, chairman and CEO of Bentley Motors. Jay Ward, Orinda, California, creative director of franchise for Pixar. Todd Willing, Dearborn, Michigan, head of Ford Design, Ford Motor Company. Stefan Winkelmans, Sant'Agata Bolognese, Italy, chairman and CEO, Automobili Lamborghini. David Woodhouse, La Jolla, California, Vice President, Nissan Design America. Kazunori Yamauchi, Tokyo, Japan, President of Polyphony Digital. And our final honorary judge is Andrea Michele Zigato from Rome, Italy, President of Zigato. So let's give a final round of applause for our 2025 honorary judges. The Pebble Beach Concours really thanks you all for enriching this event with your expertise and your excitement for the automobile, which is shared amongst everybody. Now, we're going to turn our attention to the annual Parade of Elegance. This year, we're proud to showcase an incredible group of Invictas, cars that, despite a brief production span from 1925 to 1935, still left a lasting impression on the world of motoring. Straightforward and uncompromising, these Invictas are a perfect reflection of a no-nonsense era of British automotive history, one that was defined by performance, durability, and a spirit of adventure. Now, the first Invictas were originally 2.5-litre models, hand-built by founder Noel Macklin at his home in Cobham, England, with the support from the sugar magnate Oliver Lyle. Now, they were light and they were agile, and they were powered by a torquey Meadows engine. These well-balanced cars quickly gained a reputation for endurance and speed. But their capabilities were proven none other than by Macklin's sister-in-law, the fearless Violette Caudry, who earned fame piloting her Invicta to victories at Brooklands and setting long-distance records at both Monza and Montlhéry, and even embarking on a journey around the globe. Now, today we're going to see several of the legendary S-Type Invictas designed by William Watson and introduced in 1930. These low chassis models represented the pinnacle of the marque's engineering prowess. They were fitted with powerful 4.5-litre six-cylinder engines and built on a racy underslung frame with a Mercedes-inspired exhaust pipes jutting out from the bonnet. The S-Type looked fast, and it delivered. Each chassis was bodied by an external coach builder like Corsica, Van den Pla, or Car Bodies of Coventry. There were only 77 made before the Great Depression had to halt production, making them some of the most coveted sporting cars of their era. And of the 56 that survived, I'm thrilled to say that 11 of them have made it to our show field today. Though the Invicta name might have faded from the mainstream its legacy still lives on through these rare survivors and the passionate enthusiasts who have preserved them for us. So what you're about to see next is not just a display of beauty and performance, but it's a tribute to a marque that helped define British motoring excellence during a golden age. So to kick off the 2025 Pebble Beach Parade of Elegance, we'd like to welcome to the mic the Pebble Beach Concours Selection Committee member, collector, enthusiast, and all-round great guy, Martin Button.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our first Invicta is a high chassis. The high chassis was the first one built by Invicta, and this particular car is identical to the one that was famously piloted in 1926, 30,000 miles in 30,000 minutes, or 21 days at an average of 61 miles an hour. This car spent time in the Cameroons, British Cameroons and Nigeria, and was driven by the owner at that time from Lagos to the UK, 5,240 miles in 51 days. Thank you so much, Ted Delphia from Livonia, Michigan. The next car is the first of our 10 low chassis S-type Invictas. These cars were built for racing. They're low chassis because the back axle is actually above the chassis. This car is owned by Alan Brown from London in the UK. It's a Vandenpla Sports Tourer. This car was owned by Raymond Mays, a famous race car driver in England. He won many races with it, including the Brooklands Mountain Circuit Class record in 1931 and the outright Chelsea Walsh sports car record in 1932. Thank you, Alan, for bringing the car today. Our third Invicta is another 4.5-litre S-Type with a Wayman open coupe body, owned by Andrew Pisker from the Principality of Monaco. Here he comes. This is a very famous Invicta because it was owned by Donald Healey of Austin Healey fame, and he won the 1931 Monte Carlo Rally outright in this car. You can see how low the chassis is because the rear axle is above the chassis, making it a great sports car, the best of British sports cars. Thank you, Andrew, for bringing the car today. Our fourth Invicta is owned by Steve and Marilee Hamilton of Washoe Valley, Nevada. It should be up here in a moment. These cars had a 6-cylinder Meadows engine, 4.5 liters, and they were capable of being put into top gear at 6 miles an hour and driving away. Steve actually keeps this car in his garage in Carmel. It sold in 1947 for £700. I think it's worth a bit more today. Here we go. Thanks, Steve and Marilee. Our next car is owned by Ted Rammel of Wayne, Pennsylvania. This is a car bodies coupe, 1931. And is one of the 56 surviving cars today, and the only coupe built by Invicta. All of the other cars were open cars. This is the only closed car. This car is known as the Sea Bear. Many of the Invictas have names that begin with S. Thanks for bringing the Sea Bear today. Next, we have the 1931 Invicta 4.5-litre from Car Bodies Longtail, owned by Renette de Klerk from Desselgum, Belgium. Came all the way from Belgium. This car was raced a lot in the era, and in 1931, it won the Ards TT in Northern Ireland. the same year that Elsie Mary Wisdom, the famous female race car driver, drove in the closing meet at Brooklands before it closed down. Thank you so much, Renat, for bringing the car today. Looks fantastic. We have another overseas entrant, Sean Lynn from Great Dunmow in the United Kingdom. This 4.5 S-Type was first registered in Scotland. It's been around the block a couple of times, but was finally acquired in 1988 and immediately showcased in the Classic and Sports Car Enthusiast magazine. It ran the Mille Miglia in Italy in 2000 and was once owned by our good friend Alain de Cadenet, who favored the Invicta for extended trips over his 8C Alpha. Another foreign entry, 1932, 4.5 Invicta by Car Bodies, owned by William, or better known as Chip Connor, from Hong Kong. Hey, Chip. This car was purchased from a local dealer in 1932 for £850, and it was collected from the factory. Hurst kept the car for 38 years and used it regularly on continental tours with his wife and children. Chip, thanks for bringing the car today. It's absolutely stunning. Steve and Marilee Hamilton are fortunate enough to own 2 Invictas, and this is their second one. Between 1930 and 1937, this example appears in the foreground of our concours event poster. It's one of the 37 given Car Bodies coachwork. This one does have an S name. It's called Somali, right? And it's a beautiful car. I want to thank Steve for bringing the car today. Steve tells me that these Invictas are the best cars he's ever driven. Coming up now is a very unusual Invicta. This is a Corsica drop-head coupe. Only 2 of the Invictas were bodied by Corsica, and I believe that they were double the cost of the ones that were bodied by Car Bodies. It's a very intricate body. It's got wind-up windows. Very, very comfortable. And this car is owned by His Highness from Bahrain. Saracen, its nickname, is now residing in Bahrain, and it has a beautiful hood ornament, I don't know if you can see it, of a Saracen. It's really gorgeous. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Highness, for bringing the car today. We really appreciate it. And our last Invicta today is owned by Ross and Beth Myers of Perkiomenville in Pennsylvania. By 1933, Invicta had moved its production to Chelsea in London. This is a 1934, one of the later cars. Manufacturing of the S-Type ceased in 1937, and this example was the 6th to last one built and a late representative of the model. Thank you, Ross and Beth, for bringing the car today. It looks fabulous. And that's the Invicta Parade of Elegance. Okay, to our class awards. The first class today is A.
No. She's going out.
Oh, you are.
Spectacular Parade of Elegance that was. Oh, sorry. So now it's time for us to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to begin with the 2025 Class Award presentations. We're going to begin by welcoming onto the ramp the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place winners in each class. All of the first-in-class cars will then proceed round to the winner's circle, where they're then going to be judged head-to-head for the coveted Best of Show title. And it's in this final stage that our ballot-carrying judges will take a closer look, and they will then cast their votes for the highest honor of the day. Keep in mind, though, that although only the first-in-class winners compete for Best in Show, all of the cars are still eligible for the 21 Special Awards and the 4 Elegance Awards presented after today's charity drawing. So entrants we kindly ask that you remain with your vehicle or nearby for this portion of the show. That being said, remember to go and send a friend to go and grab a ticket for a chance to win one of 3 incredible vehicles that have been donated to this year's charity drawing. Tickets are available at the charity tent on the show field until 3 p.m. and each ticket is just $100, and every dollar goes straight to charity. So thank you to the very generous manufacturers that have donated these brand new cars being given away today. They are Mercedes-Benz, Lincoln, and Infiniti. And now we're going to welcome back to the microphone Martin Button, and we'll start with the class awards.
Me again. Okay, class A for antique. Often the terms antique, vintage, and classic are used rather generically and interchangeably to refer to something old, like me, that retains some value, unlike me. But in the collector car world, each of these terms has a distinct and very specific meaning. We reserve the term antique for those early and innovative cars that ushered in the automotive age, built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s up to World War I. We honor these historic cars as the ancestors of all cars over time. And, and third in class, we would like to welcome Anne Brockington Lee of the Lee Collection in Sparks, Nevada, with her 1907 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Barker 7-passenger Tourer. Rolls-Royce built the Silver Ghost from 1907 through 1926 with only marginal mechanical updates. This car was purchased by a prominent businessman, Samuel B. Stevens of New York, and it sailed on the SS Caronia from Liverpool to New York on June the 18th, 1907. Thank you, Anne, for bringing the car today. It looks magnificent, as do you. Second in Class A antique is the 1908 Welsh Model 4L Stephen 7-passenger Touring, owned by Bob and Linda Welsh from Vancouver, Canada. It was a very innovative high-end auto manufactured from 1901 to 1911, and today only 4 Welsh automobiles remain. This is the most well-known example. It has a 336 cubic inch, 50 horsepower engine, and it was the world's first engine-driven water pump on a car. It's a constant mesh transmission with no clutch. And I want to thank Bob and Linda Welsh for bringing the car today all the way from West Vancouver, Canada. And the winner of the antique class is a 1915 Packard 338-6 5-passenger Phaeton from the collection of Howard A. Shivitz of Edgewater Park, New Jersey. The Packard Model 38 was launched in 1913 with several updates to its predecessors. Still a massive car, the 38 was developed as a junior model to the even larger 48. It has a 415 cubic inch engine, 3-speed transaxle, and a wheelbase of 140 inches. Thank you so much for bringing the car today all the way from Edgewater Park, New Jersey. Moving on to Class B, vintage 1916 to 1928. We use the term vintage to refer to those vehicles built from the mid-1910s to the later 1920s, period between the pioneering era of early antiques and the coming era of classics. It was in the vintage era that many automobile technologies advanced and came into being, and roads and fuel delivery systems were improved. And third in class, we have the 1916 Stutz 4C Bearcat by Win McCaw from Bellevue, Washington. Thank you, Win. Needing a little help up the hill there. Harry Stutz debuted his first automobile at the inaugural Indianapolis 500 race in 1911. Completing the race and finishing in a well-regarded 11th place, Stutz adopted the advertising slogan, Stutz, the car that made good in a day. The Bearcat was the flagship model at that time, using some minimalistic makeup as a race car. Charlie, thanks for bringing the car. Good to see you again. Second in class, we have the 1920 Pierce Arrow 51 6-passenger Touring. Here it comes. Owned by Ross and Beth Myers from Boyertown, Pennsylvania. In the vintage era, Pierce Arrow enjoyed the deserved reputation of unmatched quality and prestige. Produced in 1919 and 1920, the Model 51 was the last of their 48 horsepower models, and it retained their famous 525 cubic inch 6-cylinder dual valve engine. You'll note the headlights on a Pierce Arrow are mounted on the top of the front wings or top fenders. That was only Pierce Arrow that did that. This 6-passenger Touring features a low-slung appearance, more low than the 7-passenger Touring that followed it. And first in class for the vintage class is a 1917 Packard 225 twin-six runabout, owned by Robert and Linda Molyneux of San Marino, California. When Packard introduced the Twin Six in 1915, it shocked the automotive world, offering the very first V12 in a production car. This cutting-edge 424 cubic inch model was powerful enough to propel the 2-ton car from walking pace to over 60 miles an hour in high gear. Thank you, Robert and Linda, for bringing this beautiful Packard today. 12-cylinder Packard. Doesn't get better than that. Class C1 is the American Classic Open. While furniture and clothing styles that survive past 20 years are often labeled classics, along with some of the popular beverages we drink, I don't, but we do, we reserve the term classic for cars built amidst what is often considered the golden era of the automobile, that era when coach building was at its peak, and the latest one-off custom creations competed in early concours. In this period running from the 1920s to the 1940s, people with means often purchased cars from a chassis, and one company was then sent off to be bodied by their favorite coach builder. And third in class today is a Pierce Arrow, a 1933 1236 LeBaron convertible coupe, owned by John Allen of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Some of the finest Pierce Arrow motor cars were built amidst the Depression and remain an enduring illustration of American excellence in even the most challenging of times. Thank you, John, for bringing the car today. Second in the American Classic Open class is a 1930, there he comes, 1930 Cord L29 Brooks Stevens Custom Speedster. This car is owned by Brian Kunat of McHenry, Illinois. In 1929, E.L. Cord, having acquired the Auburn Automobile Company, launched a car under his own name, the Cord L29. Cord rotated the straight-eight Lycoming engine through 180 degrees, thus creating the first ever front-wheel drive production car, of which 5,010 were built. Thank you so much, Brian, for bringing the car today. Front-wheel drive, amazing, 1931. First in class is an Auburn 851 Speedster from 1935, owned by Herman Bosman Brent of Paarl, South Africa. The Auburn 851 Speedster was designed by Gordon Burig, a super sporty version of a comparatively affordable mid-priced automobile. In 1935, this car retailed for $2,245. Doesn't look like there's a lot of room in there. But anyway, these cars were supercharged. They went very well for their age. And this one was purchased by coach builder Dieteron in 1935 off the stand of the New York Auto Show. Only 500 were built. Thank you, Herman, for bringing the car today. American Classic closed. And third in class is the 1929 Lincoln L. Ralston all-weather, non-collapsible Brougham. Bring on the Lincoln. This is owned by Mike Anderson from Elkhart, Indiana. Here we go. The Model L was the first motor car built by Lincoln in 1920, 2 years prior to Lincoln's acquisition by Ford. This Lincoln represents the final iteration of the Model L with the 60-degree V8 engine and opulent appointments. Ralston was one of several coach builders employed to dress the Model L, and this Lincoln bears several Ralston trademarks. Notice the elegant handles, door handles. Thank you so much, Mike, for bringing the car today. It's absolutely beautiful. Second in the American Classic closed is a 1931 Ruxton, owned by Rich and Karen Atwell from Fredericksburg, Texas. Ruxtons were very groundbreaking at the time. This Ruxton was conceived in 1929 in an overcrowded market and sadly ceased production after barely a year. However, the marque's demise favors this car for its rarity as one of only 18 existing Ruxtons out of 96 built. The innovative design was powered by a 269 Continental engine and featured the vibrant horizontal striped color scheme that was used on all Ruxton sedans. Thank you again, Rich and Karen, for bringing it all the way from Fredericksburg, Texas. And the winner of the American Closed Class is a 1934 Packard 1107 12 Coupe owned by Donald Garib of Vestavia Hills, Alabama. Packard built 960 V12s in 1934, and around 25 of the 11 Series V12s were coupes. This example employed the 142-inch wheelbase and one of fewer than 10 in existence today. Thank you, Don, for bringing this beautiful Packard 1107-12.
Look here.
You'll also notice that it has a dicky seat with a windshield. We call those mother-in-law seats. I can't see my mother-in-law getting in there, but anyway. Maybe with some help from your friends. Okay, Class D is Packard Open. Packard has garnered 4 Best of Show wins here at Pebble Beach, more than any other American marque apart from Duesenberg. And many of those wins went to classic Packards with open coachwork like the cars in this class. And third in class is a 1940 Packard 1807 Custom Super 8 Darrin convertible sedan, brought to us by the Sport Clips collection in Georgetown, Texas. And boy, do we have a car full of people there. Hi, girls. Following the demise of the mighty V12 in 1939, the Custom Super 8 model 180 became the golden child of Packard's 1940 lineup. Custom coachworks was struggling by 1940, but Dutch Darrin remained popular and was commissioned by Packard to create around 12 convertible sedans, this being one of them. Thank you so much for bringing this car all the way from Georgetown, Texas. By the way, this example sold new for $6,300. It was the most expensive Packard offering that year and remains one of only 9 survivors. Second in class is a 1938 Packard 16008 12 convertible sedan, owned by Bob Tiffin of Red Bay, Alabama. The Packard 12, introduced in 1932, was the automaker's foray into the multi-cylinder luxury market. He's in a hurry to go somewhere, so we'll keep moving on. Thank you, that helps. First in class is the 1932 Packard 905 Twin 6 Coupe Roadster, owned by Ross and Beth Myers of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Darling of the rich and famous, the Packard 905 Twin 6 Coupe Roadster was favored by Clark Gable and several other motoring enthusiasts of the silver screen. The Twin 6 was the term Packard employed for its first V12s in 1915, and the name was used again in 1932 for this 1 year only. It had 160 horsepower from an L-head V12 engine, and it had a very innovative freewheeling feature on the 3-speed transmission. Thank you again, and congratulations, Ross and Beth, first in class. Chrysler Centennial, 100 years of Chrysler, ladies and gentlemen. Chrysler marks its centennial this year, and we're celebrating with 4 very special classes. This class focuses on Chryslers built in the classic era, including several top-of-the-line Imperials and an early show car built in the classic era. And third in class is the 1939 Chrysler Custom Imperial C24 Durham Touring Fin, owned by John Allen of Minneapolis, Minnesota. The 1939 Chrysler commissioned the Durham Body Company to create a custom fin for the 1939 New York World's Fair, themed The World of Tomorrow. This custom Imperial was fitted with bulletproof glass panels to protect England's King George VI as he toured the New York and New Jersey area on a state visit. Thank you so much, John, for bringing this incredible car. The safest car on the field today with bulletproof glass. Second in class, and quite different, is the 1937 Chrysler Custom Imperial CW Airflow LeBaron Limousine, owned by Steve and Susan Babinski of Lebanon, New Jersey. The Airflow was introduced in 1934 as the world's most luxurious motor car at the New York Auto Show. Chrysler commissioned few limousines, and LeBaron stretched one of the standard bodies to make this long limousine on a 146-inch, that's 12 feet 2-inch wheelbase. It's an amazing car. Notice the Airstream front, the way that the headlights are molded into the fenders. Steve, thanks for bringing it. You did a great job. And first in class is the 1933 Chrysler Imperial CL LeBaron Fin, owned by Dave Kane and Donald Garib of Bernardsville, New Jersey. What a stunning car, gentlemen. Inspired by the appearance of the Cord L29, one of which just crossed over our ramp, the Chrysler Imperial was introduced in 1931. It offered custom design styling and lively performance thanks to its new redhead high-compression engine, a straight 8 with 125 horsepower. Thanks again, Dave and Donald, for bringing this car today. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Another speaker right there.
Read it.
I gotta switch to her cup for that.
The next car headed over the ramp is the 1941 Chrysler Thunderbolt LeBaron convertible owned by the Wilbanks family. We would like to thank the Wilbanks family for bringing this Thunderbolt in honor of the late Roger Wilbanks Sr., who was a great supporter of the Pebble Beach Concours, having brought 23 cars to our show in over 29 years, and he particularly loved this car. Roger liked to tell the story how he first saw this Thunderbolt in 1941 as he sat atop of his brother's shoulders at a car reveal in Denver amidst a crowd of 29,000 people. After passing through various owners, Roger managed to acquire his dream car in 2008 Today, his family carries forward his passion by sharing it with us at Pebble Beach. Thank you to the Wilbanks family. The 1941 Chrysler Thunderbolt LeBaron convertible. No. Our second Chrysler class is the Chrysler Town and Country. Oh, looks like we have an unstarter down there. I don't know. In the 1940s, Chrysler offered a series of delightful wooden-bodied creations, soon to be called woodies, no less. That emphasized the car's ability to not only put people on the road, but pair them with the great outdoors, encouraging an active and sporting lifestyle. Okay, and third in class is the 1948 Chrysler Town and Country convertible owned by the Keller Collection at the Pyramids in Petaluma, California. Move on. Okay, this 1948 Town and Country was originally owned by Leo Carrillo, best known for his portrayal of Pancho, the jovial sidekick in The Cisco Kid, a 1950s TV Western series. It was a gift to Carrillo from the president of Chrysler Corporation and was specially painted to match the color of Carrillo's beloved Palomino horse, Conquistador, and was trimmed with Hereford cow hides inside. Notably, this car actually does have two hoods, one regular one and this one featuring the enormous horn steerhead for special occasions like today. Thank you, Deborah, for bringing that horny car.
I've been at the Range Rover house the last 4 years.
Second in class, we have the 1948 Chrysler Town and Country convertible, owned by the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, California. The Chrysler Town and Country convertible was produced from 1946 through 1948 with a total production of 8,380 cars. This convertible body is mounted on a 127-inch wheelbase with a 323 cubic inch straight 8 engine. Retailing at around $3,320 in 1948, the Town and Country was Chrysler's most expensive offering that year. It features a fluid drive semi-automatic transmission which facilitates stopping without the clutch, a great feature for hills in San Francisco where it now resides. Thank you, Scott, for bringing it today. You look great up there. And first in class, the 1942 Chrysler Town and Country station wagon owned by Valerie and Aaron Weiss of San Marino, California. In 1942, Chrysler continued to offer both 6- and 9-passenger Town and Country wagons with the same barrel-back wooden bodies that were introduced in 1941. Please note the barrel back on this car is really beautiful, and the wood is perfectly joined with finger joints. It's absolutely gorgeous. However, the sheet metal hood, the top and the fenders are new, reflecting a 1942 body design that included the decorative grille, side trim, and created an Art Deco aerodynamic aesthetic. Thank you, Valerie and Aaron, for bringing the car today. It looks fantastic.
It's just a tiny little nut.
I had the pleasure of introducing the Parade of Elegance for the Invictus, and now Class F is the Invicta Centennial, 100 years of Invictus. The Invicta mark was short-lived, with cars being produced for just a decade from 1925 to 1935. Yet these light, spirited, sporty cars powered initially by a 2.5-liter Meadows engine quickly proved their worth, with sprints at Brooklyn setting long-distance records all over the world, eventually forging a path for sports car racing. The mark reached its peak with the low chassis, coming up now. The low chassis, which debuted at the London Motor Show in 1930, offering a larger 4.5-liter Meadows 6-cylinder engine in a racy, underslung chassis. Only 77 S-types were produced before the Great Depression took its toll. And third in class is the 1934 Invicta 4.5 Type S car bodies Tourer, owned by Ross and Beth Myers of Picayuneville, Pennsylvania. I've said that 4 times, it's different every time. The 1933 Invicta moved its production to Chelsea. Whoa, hold it there, guys. To Chelsea in 1933. Manufacture of the S-Type ceased in 1937, and this example was the 6th to the last one built, and a very late representative of the model. Thank you, Ross and Beth, for bringing it. Keep coming. Keep it coming. Second in class, we have the 4.5-liter Wayman Open Coupe, owned by Andrew Pisker from the Principality of Monaco. This car was originally given a body by Touring. It was then received a one-off coach work by Wayman, and was entered by the Invicta Works team for the 1931 Monte Carlo Rally. Driven by its then owner, Donald Healy of Austin Healy fame, he won the event outright. The grueling rally began in Norway, covered 2,350 miles in Arctic-like weather, ending in Monaco. Of the 120 cars that started, only 62 completed the challenge, and this one won. Congratulations, Andrew. What a great car. And first in class is the 4.5-liter Corsica drop-head coupe, one of only 2 Invictas bodied by Corsica, owned by HBF of Rifa Bahrain. Most Invicta S-types were given coachwork by car bodies, but this one's one of the 2 Corsica ones. It was the preferred coach builder of the Brooklyn set and the Bentley boys. This car still wears its original drop-head coupe body and was first registered to a Bill Froggatt of Lincolnshire. After the war, Froggatt took the car to Bahrain, where it was sold to a gentleman who embarked on some restoration work. This car is nicknamed the Saracen and has a Saracen head on the top of the radio. It's absolutely stunning, you should see it. And it currently lives in Bahrain. It was campaigned by the Bahrain Motor Club races and sprints, and it's returned to the UK in the 1960s before coming back to Bahrain. Thank you, sir, for bringing this fantastic Invicta all the way from Bahrain in the UAE. Our next class is Duesenberg. Duesenberg, which existed for less than 2 decades from 1920 to 1937, is the winningest American marque at Pebble Beach, with a total of 7 best of shows. The mighty Model J and the supercharged SJ have borne a wide variety of coach-built creations, from more formal Victoria coupes to more sporting dual-cowl Phaetons, torpedo sedans, and even land speed winning speedsters, which won best of show here some years ago. Third in class, we have the 1933 Duesenberg J. Ralston convertible Victoria, owned by none other than McKeel and Soon Haggerty of Traverse City, Michigan. This Duesenberg Model J bears a one-off convertible Victoria body by Ralston. It was ordered new in 1933 by a civil engineer in Minnesota who commissioned a New York coach builder to design a body that did not resemble the traditional convertible Victorias, for which Ralston was renowned. The car was ordered with a fully disappearing convertible top, and for the rear passengers, a pair of crank-operated rear windshields, try saying that twice, incorporated into the back of the front seats. Thank you so much, McKeel and Soon, bringing this all the way from Traverse City, Michigan. A beautiful, beautiful Duesenberg. Second in class, the Duesenberg J. Murphy convertible berline, owned by Howard and Rosalind Kroplik of East Hills, New York. Coach builder Walter M. Murphy Company of Pasadena, California, fitted this with its convertible berline coachwork. Designed by Murphy's 23-year-old Franklin Q. Hershey, This is one of 3 examples to survive, and the only one with a removable interior headliner and attractive Art Deco interior design. Thank you, Howard and Rosalind, for bringing this beautiful Duesenberg all the way from East Hills, New York. And racing its way onto our awards ramp today is Don Garib's Duesenberg J. Wayman American St. Cloud Sport Sedan. I believe this is the only Wayman-bodied Duesenberg in existence. It won Best of Show in Lugano earlier this year and is a very stunning automobile. Very unusual, early Duesenberg. It's missing several of the Duesenberg features that were seen on later cars, including the pedestrian stabbing pointed thing on the front of the bonnet. This is really a beautiful car. Don, thank you so much for bringing it. This 1929 Duesenberg is the sole survivor of 5 Saint-Cloud sports sedans originally constructed by Wayman. It's the only one left. Thank you for bringing it. It's a great car. Don told me that car weighs about, I think he said 400 pounds less than the standard steel Duesenberg because of the fabric body. Rolls-Royce was the first marque to get an ongoing class at the Pebble Beach Concours, i.e. they had a class every year. And often, in our early years, the motor cars were filled 2 or even 3 classes, well before any other marque was featured. Consequently, Rolls-Royce is the marque that has been most shown here. The term pre-war refers to those cars made before World War II. And pre-war Rolls-Royce, third in class, the 1931 Rolls-Royce 2025 horsepower Wurmbluffen drophead coupe owned by the Pyle Collection in Newport Beach, California. What an elegant car. The Rolls-Royce 2025 was known as a small horsepower car and was launched in 1929 and designed specifically to supply a smaller chassis for the owner-driver market. This 1931 example was dispatched to Colmar, Alsace in France to be bodied by Georges Gangloff. In 1937, under his second ownership, it was assigned to Swiss Carrossier Wolfblatt. They did very few cars and it was redressed as the present drophead coupe body. Second in class. There we go. We've got the 1926 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Brewster Playboy convertible. Scott Tepper and Tallulah Tepper of Calabasas, California. Thank you for bringing this gorgeous, gorgeous Playboy convertible. To serve a growing U.S. market, Rolls-Royce opened a factory in Springfield, Massachusetts in 1919. And it established a relationship with several U.S. coach builders. This Springfield Silver Ghost was built on a 144-inch wheelbase, 12 feet, powered by a 7.4-liter engine, as were all Ghosts. And moving along to first in class, bring up the 1933 Rolls-Royce Phantom II Brewster Henley Roadster, owned by the Lemon Collection in Palm Beach, Florida. When the market for luxury cars slowed down, Rolls-Royce closed its U.S. plant, and the company shipped a total of 125 left-hand drive Phantom II chassis built in England to the U.S. to be bodied by Brewster of Long Island. This Brewster Henley Roadster body is one of 9 built and 8 existing. It was one of only 2 Rolls-Royce motor cars ordered by the chairman of Watkins Products, each car costing in excess of $17,000 in 1933. A notable purchase amidst the Great Depression. This car, in 1953, attended the Rolls-Royce Owners Club National Meeting and was exhibited at the Henry Ford Museum in Detroit for 17 years. Sam, thank you for bringing the car today. It looks fabulous. A very, very rare Rolls-Royce Henley Roadster.
And that was made in the United States.
While several marques have celebrated their centennials, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is the first model to do so. If you're in the market for a luxury automobile, you could buy a Phantom 100 years back, and you can still buy a Phantom today. Third in class is the 1937 Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 by H.J. Mulliner, a Sedanka DeVille, from the Nethercutt collection in Sylmar, California. The Phantom 3 was the final car that Henry Royce actually worked on and was introduced in 1936. And it was the last V12-powered Rolls-Royce until the Silver Serif was launched in 1998. Actually, up at that point, it was the only V12. This example boasts the H.J. Mulliner Sedanka DeVille coachwork, meaning it's open above the chauffeur and closed in the back. A design recognized as sinister and gothic, yet ultimately elegant. This 1937 Sedanka DeVille, with its disappearing top, was first owned by the son of Sir John Henry Bethel. This Rolls-Royce won Best of Show at Pebble Beach Concours in 1957. Welcome back. Thanks to the Nethercutt, Jack and Helen, bringing the car today. We really appreciate it. Second place goes to the 1934 Rolls-Royce Phantom 2 Continental by Gurney Nutting, a Sedanka drophead coupe, owned by Peter Reynolds from Cardiff in Wales. The Phantom 2 was the last of the Rolls-Royce 40-50 horsepowers produced from 1929 through 1935. This car is one of 18 built in this iconic design by the Chelsea coach builder Gurney Nutting on the Phantom 2 Continental chassis, and is considered by many to be the pinnacle of styling for the era. Testament to McNeil's genius is the fact that all 18 of the Sedankas built still exist today, a true indicator of the intrinsic value of their design. Thank you, Peter, for bringing it all the way from Cardiff, Wales. But let's hold our breath for first in class, the 1929 Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 Brewster Ascot Phaeton, owned by Nicholas and Shelley Schorsch of the Audrain collection in Newport, Rhode Island. What a stunning car, and I love the green paintwork. It's absolutely beautiful. This Rolls-Royce Phantom is one of 21 Ascot Phaetons produced, a design described by Rolls-Royce as a sports phaeton and named for its aristocratic horse race held annually in England. In 1929, the Phaeton benefited from several updated features, including an aluminum cylinder head and a temperature-controlled radiator shutters. This is a Springfield-built car, and it was built, therefore, in Springfield, Massachusetts. Thank you, Nick and Shelley, for bringing this gorgeous car today. What a beautiful Rolls-Royce. Our next class is the Mercedes-Benz pre-war. With 10 wins apiece, Mercedes-Benz is currently tied with Bugatti as the winningest marque here at Pebble Beach. Mercedes-Benz winners are evenly split between the Model S, SS, SSK, and the 500 and 540K series. And third in class, pre-war Mercedes-Benz, is the Mercedes-Benz 500K Roadster, owned by Tom Maioli of Mendham, New Jersey. There he comes. This normal Roadster is one of few bearing this unique body style on the 500K chassis. Hey Tom, nice to see you again. It was originally delivered to a tea purveyor in Ceylon and remained with the family until it arrived in the UK in 1956. It was then acquired by Helen Lee Kennard, an enthusiast who drove this car along with her Mercedes-Benz SS and SSK in many various vintage racing events. During her ownership, the car was prominently featured in the 1968 episode of The Avengers, driven by actor Ian Ogilvy. Thank you, Tom, for bringing this fabulous Mercedes 500K Roadster. Looking great, my friend. Second in class, Mercedes-Benz pre-war, 1928, Mercedes-Benz 680 S, Sauchik 4. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, that was quick. David and Teresa Desiree, who were obviously in a hurry to get home, from South Lake, Texas. Approximately 18 of these Mercedes-Benz Type 680Ss and 710 SS chassis were given Coachwick by Sauchik. While the two-passenger Torpedo Sport is best known, a few cars were produced as four-passenger versions. This is one of only 3 survivors. Thank you, David and Teresa, for bringing it all the way from South Lake, Texas. And the winner of the pre-war Mercedes class is the 1939 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster, owned by the Keller Collection at the Pyramids in Petaluma, California. It's not supposed to be a 5-passenger car, but actually 6 passengers, 6 of them in there. Hey, Deborah, you look great. This car is the 3rd series of special roadsters built by Singleton plant and one of 5 constructed. It was built for King Carol of Romania, but after the Germans invaded Poland, the car was held in Vienna until Romania pledged to be neutral, resulting in its final delivery. The car was then gifted to King Carol II's son, Michael, the future King of Romania. Subsequently, the car spent many years in Moscow, but eventually returned to Germany, where it was restored and is now owned by the Keller Collection in the Pyramids in Petaluma. Thank you so much for bringing this car today. A beautiful and well-deserved win for the 1939 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster. Next class is the European Classic Early. Historically, the competition here at Pebble Beach Concours has been most fierce among our European classics, which include a wide variety of British, French, German, Italian, and other European marques. This year, we have divided our European classics by date of creation. Here are the early automobiles built from 1923 to 1930. And third in class is none other than the Honorable Sir Michael Kadori of Hong Kong's 1930 Bentley Speed 6 H.J. Mulliner Drophead Coupe. This rare Bentley Speed 6 is one of 3 bodied by H.J. Mulliner. Originally, the car was built with side-mounted spares, but it was later converted to have a single rear-mounted spare. Makes the car look a lot more streamlined and a lot more sporty, Michael. Thank you very much. The car was delivered in England, originally, to the daughter of a rich Kentucky family. But in 1931, an accident caused subsequent front-end damage and some major repairs were required. This Bentley appeared in Pebble Beach in 1994. Second in class. Second in class is the 1924 Hispano Suiza H6C Hooper Saloon Limousine, owned by Simon Kidston of Milan, Italy. This car was built for the Royal Navy Lieutenant Commander Glenn Kidston, a World War I veteran of 25 years old and one of the Bentley boys. It was used for Kidston's wedding in 1925. He was a lieutenant at the time, and it lapped Brooklands at 84 miles per hour shortly afterwards. Following his death, the car resided in a London scrapyard and was rebodied as a VSCCR racer in 1953. Jules J. Human, co-chairman of Pebble Beach for some time, found the car in 1993, and he informed Kidston's nephew, Simon, who's in the car driving it right now, of its whereabouts. The Hispano Suiza returned to its original family and has been restored to its original specification using Hooper records and old family photographs. It has an 8-liter straight-8 engine, and it's very, very quick for its age. But first in class, we have the 24 Hispano Suiza H6C Newport Astra Torpedo, owned by Penny and Lee Anderson of Naples, Florida, commonly known as the Tulipwood Hispano Suiza. This famed Tulipwood Hispano was commissioned by Aperitif Science André Dubonnet. It was constructed on one of 3 factory-built 8-liter 860 chassis with a lowered radiator and a 52-gallon fuel tank, probably enough to go 104 miles. The aeronautically inspired bodywork was created by aircraft manufacturer Newport of Astra using delicate 1/8 of an inch thick strips of mahogany formed over an inner structure of 3/4 inch ribs, secured by 8,500 aluminum rivets. Its featherweight body reportedly weighed only 160 pounds, enabling Monsieur Dubonnet and his 860 to finish 6th in the Targa Florio and 5th in the Copa Florio in 1924. Fabulous, fabulous car. Lee, thank you for bringing it today. The Tulip Wood Hispano Suiza of Penny and Lee Anderson. What a stunning car. Moving on the timeline, we're now European Classic late. Here we will focus on European classics built in the 1930s, a period often designated as the golden age of the automobile, when coach building was at its peak prior to World War II. And third in class is the 1939 BMW 327-28 Sports Cabriolet owned by Kim Pierce of Paradise Valley, Arizona. Using the high-performance 328 engine in a very civilized and comfortable package, BMW launched the 327-28 as a stylish pre-war sports tourer. This is one of 428 produced between 1937 and 1940, when production ceased. Oh, he's gone. Second in European Classic late is the 1937 Bugatti Type 57 Atalante roll-top coupe owned by the Pearl Collection and our good friend Fritz Burkhardt, who won Best of Show last year in a Bugatti. The Bugatti 57 was produced from 1934 to 1939, and approximately 680 of them were built. This one is a very unique car because it has a roll-top top, like a roll-top desk. It rolls down. And there's Fritz with his second place. Fritz drove this car from Rhode Island to Pebble Beach 2 weeks ago, got here about a week ago. Took him 11 days, 3,600 miles, Fritz? I believe so. And he cleaned it up after driving it 3,600 miles, and here he is, second in class with the Bugatti Type 57 Atalante roll-top coupe. Congratulations, Fritz, and the Pearl Collection from Zug, Switzerland.
Ralph Lauren loves you.
First in class European Classic late is the 1939 Maybach SW38 Spohn Sport Zweister, owned by Dana and Patty Meekum of Meekum Auctions, Geneva Lake, Wisconsin. Completed 4 months prior to World War II, this 1939 car was one of the final Maybachs built until the name was reintroduced by Mercedes-Benz in 2002. The short wheelbase chassis was dispatched to coach builder Spohn for a one-off sport two-seater, and it was then sent to Maybach Agency in Hamburg for retail sale. It failed to sell and was declared an exhibition car. The car was recently returned to its original colors. What a gorgeous car. Thank you, Dana and Patty, for bringing the car today. Now, we're going to skip a class here and move on to post-war preservation, early. It was back in 2007 that we first split our preservation class into two, offering one class for pre-war cars and one for post-war cars. We did so because we wanted to stress the importance of keeping the history, the complete history of a car intact, whenever possible, beginning from new. This year, with the growth in entry applications for preservation cars, we have split our post-war preservation class into two. The first of these two classes focuses on preservation cars built from the early 1940s to the early 1960s. And third in class, we have the 1956 Porsche 356 1600 Super Reuter Speedster, owned by Nicholas and Shelley Schorsch of the Audrey Collection in Newport at Rhode Island. The Max Hoffman, the legendary North American sports car importer, lobbied Porsche to build a minimalistic sports car for the American racing market. A rear-engine, rear-wheel drive aluminum prototype was produced, and 16 Roadsters were built, with production switching to steel shortly thereafter. This 356 is a transition model, a unique 1955 car with the first generation 1600 Super engine, under 10,500 miles on the odometer, with the original tires, wheels from the factory. Thank you, Nicholas and Shelley, for bringing us this beautiful Porsche 356 Super Speedster. And coming up the ramp right now, we have our second in class, the 1950 Jaguar XK120 Open Two-Seater Sports, commonly known as an OTS, owned by Gerald Tucker of Palo Alto, California. The brakes do work, that's great. Jaguar ceased production of the SS100 in 1939 and waited until 1948 to launch its next sports car, the XK120, at the 1948 London Motor Show. Featuring the new XK engine, double overhead cam, the XK was the fastest production car built at the time. It spawned the legendary XK140, the XK150, the C-Type and the D-Type, both of which dominated at Le Mans. This early Jaguar 120 is one of only 240 alloy-bodied open two-seaters that were built. They later changed to steel. It was shipped to Los Angeles in 1950, driven 400 miles to San Francisco, and promptly put in storage for the next 20 years. And first in class, post-war preservation, is a Jaguar C-Type, owned by Michael Dacre of Solihull, the United Kingdom. Looks like we need the pushers to get it going. Anyway, this C-Type was exported to New York to the New York dealer, Max Hoffman. We just mentioned him. It was raced in several Sports Car Club America events, securing a first win at MacDill Air Force Base, watched by 90,000 spectators. Following several modifications, the car raced in the 1954 12 Hours of Sebring and the Grand Prix at Watkins Glen, driven by John Gordon Bennett, a Le Mans driver for Briggs Cunningham. Are we going? I think we're going. For the 1955-1956 season, the car was campaigned with great success in the SCCA, and then it was retired from racing. It's obviously not racing very well today. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to our pusher crew, the manual starter motor. Jaguar C-Types dominated at Le Mans in the 1950s, and so did their big brother that came after them, the D-Type. This award is being presented by Barry Maguire. Barry, thanks for presenting that, and thank you to Michael Dacre of Solihull, United Kingdom. Congratulations. Keep it going now, keep it going. This post-war preservation class focuses on cars built in the 1960s and the 1970s. Post-war preservation late, third in class, a 1963 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Roadster. A car very close to Sandra to my heart, because we have one. This one's owned by Eric Blumenkrantz of Sands Point, New York. It's not going to need those skis today, my friend, maybe water skis. This Mercedes-Benz is one of the last 300 SLs ever produced. They stopped production in 1963. According to the data card, it was completed on May the 2nd, 1963, first registered on June the 6th, 1963, by the leader of a knitting machine manufacturing company in Germany. In 1974, the car was sold to a real estate developer, also in Germany, who owned the Mercedes until his death in 2024. The 300 SL has resided in the same town its entire life, not 40 miles from the Mercedes-Benz factory until last year. Thank you, Eric, for bringing the car all the way from Sands Point, New York. Second in class is a very special car, a 1968 Serenissima GT Ghia Coupe, owned by Javier Quiros of San Jose, Costa Rica. The Palace Revolt of 1964, when top engineers left the Ferrari company, was the genesis of Serenissima. As a result, Enzo Ferrari refused to sell cars to Scuderia Serenissima. Try saying that twice. The race car belonging to Count Giovanni Volpi, who provided financial backing to the spin-off car company ATS. This car actually has the equivalent of a Formula One engine in it. It's the one-off, it's the only one ever built. The Serenissima was launched at the 1968 Turin Auto Salon as a two-door coupe. Count Volpi kept the car in his collection for more than 50 years, as it appears today, exactly as it was created in 1968. Congratulations, Javier. And first in class, post-war preservation, late, is the 1973 Ferrari Daytona Spider, owned by Evan Metropolis. Glad the horn works. Ferrari debuted the Daytona at the Paris Auto Salon in 1968. The two-seater Grand Tourer featured the Colombo V12 engine and was offered in both Berlinetta and Spider bodies. This Spider was the last Daytona Ferrari ever built. At the end of production in 1973, the 5 final Daytona chassis were fitted with Spider coachwork by Scaglietti for a former VW Porsche distributor. However, television producer Greg Garrison asked for the final Daytona to be saved for him and he kept it for at least 10 years. 20 years ago, he still owned the car and it only had 78 miles on the odometer. Now we're going to catch up a little bit with the pre-war preservation class that wasn't quite ready a few minutes ago. Given the impetus of it to innovate and improve on creations, many early cars were lost. Over time, as cars became collectibles, the initial focus was on restoring cars to as-new condition. But in recent decades, we have witnessed a growing appreciation of cars that bear witness to history. Our preservation classes, which date from 2001, have historically covered a wide range of unrestored cars, from untouched barn finds to cars that have been lovingly cared for over the years. In more recent years, we have increasingly focused on the latter. Single, long-term preservation requires care, not neglect. And third in class, a 1916 Pierce Arrow. Again, you can see those lovely headlamps on the fenders. Pierce Arrow 38 C4 5-passenger touring, owned by Alan Clendenin of Corona del Mar in California. The 4th Series Model 38 was the smallest 6-cylinder Pierce Arrow offered in 1916. Sold for a little over $4,000 when new. These motorcars were offered in multiple body styles, including this sporting 5-passenger touring model, also known as a walk-through, because you walk between the front seats into the back seat. Okay, one of my favorites, second in class in 1906, white Model F Voix de Belge Touring, a steam car, steaming its way up. Oh yeah, it's going now. White was very famous for producing steam cars in the early part of the last century. And this is a 1906 White Model F, owned by Joe and Janice Cozzonier of San Marino, California. The White Motor Company was founded in 1900 and produced not only automobiles, but roller skates and sewing machines. The White Model F was one of the first superheated steam cars, condensing the steam and to be built on this Roy de Belge coachwork, a favorite of the King of Belgium. A similar white steamer replaced a horse-drawn carriage at the White House in 1907. And first in class, the 1925 Locomobile Model 48 Boat-Tail Roadster, owned by Bill Passy of Watsonville, California. Locomobile was founded in 1899 in Watertown, Massachusetts, one of the world's earliest car manufacturers. Initially, Locomobile built small steam cars, but in 1903, it switched to internal combustion-powered engines. The early ownership of this Model 48 is unknown, but in the 1940s, it was salvaged from a wrecking yard in Southern California. What a sin that was. Thank you for saving the car and bringing it to Gabe, Bill Passy from Watsonville, California. And that's it for the Now I'm going to take a break and I'd like to introduce my my fellow announcer, Nick Waller, to do the rest of the classes, starting with Ferrari. Here you go, Nick. Thank you very much.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. I thoroughly enjoyed that. But before we move to the Ferrari class, I do need to call one of our owners, Brendan and Rebecca Gallagher. Would Brendan and Rebecca Gallagher, one or other of you, please return to your 1956 Maserati A6G. Please return to your car as soon as possible. Please, thank you very much. All right. So we are going to the first of the Ferrari classes. It's the Ferrari competition class. And this was started by the long-term co-chairman, Jules Human and Lauren Tryon, who introduced an ongoing class for Ferrari in 1973, when the marque was really just only 34 years old. With a fervent following among collectors, Ferrari has now often filled 2 or more classes on our competition field. And third in class in Ferrari competition is the 1957 Ferrari 250 GT Tour de France Scaglietti Berlinetta, owned by Robert Kaufman of Arcade Motors in Charlotte, North Carolina. Well, it's been a pleasure seeing you. Adieu. Wonderful, wonderful car. This car finished 9th overall and 4th in class in the 1957 Mille Miglia, and I think they're off to race it again. In second place in Ferrari competition is the 1958 Ferrari 250 GT Tour de France Scaglietti Berlinetta, owned by a private collection in Neenah, Wisconsin. And the Ferrari 250 GT Tour de France, it really embodies Ferrari's racing spirit, obviously, combined with a beautiful Pininfarina styling and Scaglietti craftsmanship, who built these wonderfully aerodynamic and sculptural bodies. And this was named after the Tour de France automobile race, and it featured the 3-liter Colombo V12 engine, clothed in a variety of body styles. And first in class is the 1964 Ferrari 250 LM Scaglietti Berlinetta from Milan in Italy. Now, this car was the ex-Maranello concessionaire's car, and when it was finished, it was delivered immediately straight to Reims in France for the Reims 12 Hours in July of 1964, to be driven by the one, the only Graham Hill and his teammate and partner, Joe Bonnier. This car is, you can identify them, the Maranello cars, by the Cambridge blue stripe, which is very, very distinctive on all of the Maranello cars. Now, this car won that race But interestingly, it won against the other 250 LM that is on our show field here today, chassis 5909. This is the first time that these two cars are back together since 1964.
Running lights, running lights, running lights.
We're going to now move to the Ferrari Grand Touring class. Then this Ferrari class focuses on the marque's Grand Touring cars, obviously, built for drivers who relish both power and beauty as they take to the road. And my goodness me, this is powerful and indeed beautiful, set off against this wonderful sky. This is the 1957 Ferrari 250 GT Prince Bertil Speciale Pininfarina Coupe, owned by Lee and Joan Harrington of Bow in New Hampshire. Ferrari built a series of coupes in the late 1950s, especially for European royalty, of which this is one for Prince Bertil. This car was commissioned by the prince, who was the heir to the throne in Sweden. The car is dressed in the distinctive Swedish blue livery. A beautiful, beautiful sight. And second in class is the 1959 Ferrari 250 GT Pininfarina Cabriolet Series 1, owned by Roy and Janice Broad of Lancaster in Pennsylvania. This Ferrari was originally owned by George Filippinetti, the founder of race team Ecurie Filippinetti, and it was first seen at the 1959 Geneva Auto Show, and it really remains as one of few of the Series 1 Pininfarina Cabriolets with a factory hardtop, very important. And Filippinetti used this 250 GT as his personal car. He drove it to many various events, including the Geneva Rally. And first in class is the 1956 Ferrari 410 Superamerica Pininfarina Coupe, owned by Al and Mary Barber of Sewickley in Pennsylvania. I hope I pronounced that right. The 410 Superamerica was the pinnacle, really the top of Ferrari's offerings at the time. A luxury high-performance tourer, 5-litre, 340 horsepower engine designed by Lampredi. And this was introduced in January of 1956 at the Brussels Auto Salon. Just 16 chassis were built before the Series 1 was updated, and guess what? It became the Series 2. The early Series 1 Superamerica was the fourth car built, and it features unique Pininfarina coupe coachwork. This car was originally exhibited at the Luigi Chinetti Motors display at the 1956 New York International Auto Show. Now, we're going to move now to Class 01 for the post-war sports touring. And although sports cars, as they are, emerged prior to World War II, they really grew exceedingly popular in the post-war period, particularly in the United States. The Sports Car Club of America was formed in 1944, and soon, really, sports car racing was popular from east to west, including here at Pebble Beach, where the road races and the concours emerged in tandem in 1950. And the cars in this class were built for the road, but with the speed and performance needed when a bit of friendly competition arose. Oh yes, indeed, we know all about that. And third in class is the 1971 Lamborghini Miura, the P400 SV Bertone Coupe, owned by Hamid Moghadam of Las Vegas in Nevada. The Miura, the SV, has been called really the world's first supercar. This is one of 150 built as it goes. And the Miura left Sant'Agata, the factory, in July of 1971, bound for its first Italian owner. It's really just emerged from restoration. It's such a beautiful Miura, such a beautiful car. And second in class is the Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato Coupe, owned by the one and only David Sidoric of Beverly Hills, California. And the award is presented by his earlier passenger, Amanda Stratton. The Aston Martin DB4 GT was first unveiled at the London Motor Show in October 1960. And this rare car, which stars on our Pebble Beach tour poster this year, was built in the UK and shipped to Italy for its unique body, coming from the wonderful coachwork of Zagato. It features the 3.7-litre engine. There were a production run of 25 planned, but only 19 of these beautiful cars were ever made, probably due to the cost at the time of well over £5,000. Thank you, David and Ginny, for being here today with that beautiful car. So first in place, look out, be warned, is the 1953 Seata 208 CS Balbo Coupe, owned by the one and only Jonathan and Wendy Seagull of San Diego, California. Johnny, take your place on the stage as a tradition now. This Seata was founded in 1926. Conspicuously ignored, really, for the high-performance market, but they concentrated it on around sensible and reliable and mass-produced cars of smaller proportions until they woke up and decided to build beautiful, fast, elegant coupes and barchettas, of which this is a wonderful example. In 1950, the launch of the Fiat badge, but Seata developed the Automotive, created a sensation. Fabulous car. Thank you to Jonathan and Wendy for bringing it all the way up from San Diego. Our next class is 02 for post-war sports racing. And the cars in this class, yes, they are surely sporting, but they were built specifically to be raced, often on winding circuits and road courses such as Le Mans and the Mille Miglia. And they were built with lightweight coachwork, powerful engines, and the cars in this class were campaigned everywhere from the European continent, the UK and Scandinavia, and of course the USA. And third in class is the 1962 Porsche 356 Carrera 2 GT Coupe, owned by David McNeil of Fort Lauderdale in Florida. The GT Carrera 2 was one of the final iterations of Porsche's legendary four-cam design engine, and it competed internationally, including Le Mans and Sebring. Fabulous car and beautifully presented. Congratulations to David McNeil. Second in class is the 1953 Jaguar C-Type, owned by Tony Purnell of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. Bless it. Jaguar produced 53 units, 53 C-Types, solely for racing. With the XK120 running gear, it had a 3.4-litre engine and this beautifully sleek, aerodynamic aluminium body. This car was the only C-Type sold to Sweden, and other than the Works competition cars, it was the penultimate C-Type that was sold by the factory. It was first of all brought by the Swedish racer Oscar Swan, who drove it to first place at the Skarpnäck circuit in its inaugural race. Congratulations, Tony Purnell, and thank you for bringing it all the way from Cambridge. So first in class, it's the 1956 Maserati 200 SI Fantuzzi's Open Sports Racer, owned by Philip Seraphim of Beverly Hills in California. This Maserati was one of two four-cylinder models designed for the 2-litre class in the competition in 1955. It was built by Fiandri and Malagoli, a former Fantuzzi employees at Maserati. Very unusual styling for such a small little engine, but beautifully presented. Philip, thank you so much for bringing this very, very rare Maserati. Class 03 is our next class. This is for post-war luxury touring. And as with the pre-war touring models, post-war touring cars were built to carry their passengers over both short and long distances in both comfort and style. And many of these cars in this class starred in auto shows or competed in concours competitions in their day. They were the epitome of luxury on wheels after the war. And third in class is the 1956 Maserati A6G 2000 Alemano Coupe, owned by Brendan and Rebecca Gallagher. You found your car, wonderful, of Jackson Hole in Wyoming. The A6G 2000 was launched in 1954 as really a thinly disguised competition car and featured really much more comfortable bodywork. The car was ordered by the sports racer Dick Curiel with a plethora of race options, making it the most expensive road car Maserati had built to date. Around 60 were produced, but this is the only example equipped as a rally car from the factory. In second place, it's the 1954 Alfa Romeo 1900 CSS Ghia Berlinetta, owned by Stephen Bruno of Boca Raton in Florida. This is a one-off Alfa Romeo, very unique car. It was built for Al Williams, the owner of an upscale restaurant in the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco. In its day, this car had a top speed of 118 miles per hour, had an alloy body with rear folding seat, and a hatchback entry to accommodate Williams's Great Dane. I don't know whether the Great Dane is in the back, is it? No, it's not. Ghia built the body of the Alfa in metallic grey with a white leather interior, red piping, and monogrammed AW for Al Williams. First in class, my goodness me, the 1959 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith Hooper all-weather tourer, owned by the one and only Anne Brockington Lee of the Lee Collection in Sparks, Nevada. What a fabulous car. This Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith was delivered as a chassis, and then it was built by England's most prestigious coach builders. This is one of a pair that was bodied by Hooper of London, and it was shipped to Melbourne to serve as the ceremonial limousines, both of them together, for the Commonwealth of Australia. The twin wraiths were used for visits by Queen Elizabeth II, Princess Diana, Prince Charles, and including Pope John VI, and astronauts, would you believe it, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Take Me to the Moon. The Silver Wraith with its twin were the last two custom-built Silver Wraiths by Rolls-Royce. Congratulations, Anne. Thank you for bringing the car. Class 04 is for the Shelby Cobra. One of the most intimidating cars of its era, the Shelby Cobra 427 marks its 60th anniversary this year. It was named for the 427 cubic inch Ford engine, the 427, that powered it to dominate SCCA racing. And it set a performance benchmark that stood for years. The big block Cobra earned iconic status from the day it was introduced. And to celebrate that, we are showcasing a pair of very early Cobras, as well as each of the 4 versions of the 427, the competition, the semi-competition, the SC, street, and narrow hip.
Well, the next car that's actually heading over the ramp is the very first production 1962 Shelby Cobra 289 that was the early genesis of the Shelby Cobras that led to the later 427 models. Now, presenting a very special award to this car is chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours, Sandra Button, and her husband, Martin Button.
Well, today I have the honor of presenting the Lauren Tryon Award, an award that recognizes not a car, but a person, someone who has made a profound and lasting impact on the automotive world. This year's recipient is a name that resonates throughout the show field and far beyond. Bruce Meyer. Bruce, yay! Bruce is a true icon in the car world, a passionate visionary, devoted enthusiast, and a lifelong advocate for the automotive history. His influence extends across every corner of the car community. Bruce has been a member of the Pebble Beach Concours Advisory Board for 20 years. And during that time, his vision has shaped the very makeup of this event. In fact, it was Bruce who convinced Laurent Tryon himself to include historic hot rods on the show field. And it was an idea at the time that challenged convention, but ultimately helped open the door to the many exciting classes you see here today. From his first appearance as an entrant in 1989, Bruce has shared more than 30 extraordinary cars with us. He's the founder of the Rodeo Drive Concours in Beverly Hills. He's championed countless events, including the Peterson Museum. And for those of you who have ever ridden with Bruce, or like me, tried to keep up with him, you'll understand why his signature motto is, never lift. Bruce, the Laurent Tryon Award commemorates your fast-paced, forward-thinking spirit, and I know from experience, nothing is going to slow you down. Please join me in celebrating the 2025 recipient of the Laurent Tryon Award, Bruce Meyer. Yay.
Well, I think for once in his life, Bruce might be lost for words. Bruce, many congratulations. Just a few more photographs showing off that beautiful Laurent Tryon Award.
Thank you.
And there's not a dry eye up here on the ramp. Well, as we say farewell and congratulations to Bruce, I'm going to turn the mic back to Nick to announce the rest of the Shelby Cobra Class Award winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, and may I add my congratulations to Bruce, the great guy. So, we're going to go back to the Shelby Cobra class, 04, and third in class is the 1965 Shelby Cobra 427 Competition Roadster, owned by Andre Michael Arlay of Monte Carlo in Monaco. Shelby American built 23 full competition big block Cobras, and this car was the test driven by the one and only legendary Ken Miles in Riverside in California. You may just be able to hear the engine over my voice. The car was then acquired by Skip Scott, the 23-year-old Rookie of the Year from Pennsylvania, who worked with Carroll Shelby and apprenticed under Ken Miles. This award is presented by Aaron Shelby, the grandson of Carroll Shelby, who I'm sure would have been thrilled to see these cars today. Oof, what a noise. Fabulous. Second in class is the 1966 Shelby Cobra 427 Street Roadster, owned by Chad Odom of Greenville, South Carolina. Shelby produced around 260 of the 427 Street Cobras, and of those, 100 were fitted with the Street 428 Police Interceptor engines. That could come in useful. Of the 160 remaining, many were modified, crashed, or salvaged. This Survivor was delivered in silver mink metallic to its first owner in Virginia in 1966. Following a spell in Japan, this Cobra was restored back to its original and correct Cobra specification in 2010. Beautiful car. Thank you to Chad for bringing the car all the way from South Carolina. First in class, goodness, it's the 1966 Shelby Cobra 427 Competition Roadster, owned by Peter Clutt of Halton Hills in Canada. Carroll Shelby's initial foray into racing was really somewhat unsuccessful, I'm sad to say, but the Mark I, the 260 cubic inch Ford engine, so he upgraded to the 289 cubic inch in 1964, and then of course the massive 427 cubic inch engine, which really put the Cobra on the map. This car is one of only 23 original competition Cobras produced, and the first owner bought the car from Shelby in 1966 and then proceeded to race in many SCC events. Our next class is the Moretti Centennial. And this Italian jewel of a mark packs a lot of technical engineering into a very diminutive but sporting motorcar. Founded in 1925 and initially focused on building motorcycles and microcars and then commercial trucks, Moretti pivoted to more conventional cars after World War II. Unlike other Exceterinis, as they're known, a term often used to encompass the many small displacement Italian cars created by individuals or more minor firms, apart from obviously the Ferraris and the Alfa Romeos and the Lancias, and often consisting of an assemblage of parts, Moretti initially built its own engines, transmissions, and related items. So third in class is the 1955 Moretti Spider 750 Mota Michelotti Spider, owned by Michael Schwartz of Sharon in Connecticut. What a lovely color, what a beautiful yellow. Rare and exceptionally capable, this diminutive Moretti is believed to have been shown at the Brussels Auto Salon in 1955. There's a lot going on in that design. Although documentation for this car is limited, it's thought to have spent its early life in Europe, primarily in Italy, where it participated in club-level road rally competitions. Great car. In second place is the 1954 Moretti 1200 Grand Sport Rocco Moto Berlinetta, owned by Alex Vezios of Athens in Greece. Welcome to the United States, Alex. The 1200 Grand Sport was introduced in 1953 with the 1200cc engine, which produced a minuscule 80 brake horsepower, but with such a small car, they were very, very quick. This sleek new coupe was designed by Giovanni Michelotti and graced with coachwork built by Rocco Moto. It's believed that this is one of only 9 that were built, and 4 survive today. A great car, what a beautiful sight. And thank you so much for bringing this lovely little coupe to the United States. First in class is the 1954 Moretti 750 Grand Sport Berlinetta, owned by Ariel Schrager in London, United Kingdom. Moretti's aspirations for the Grand Sport Berlinetta resulted in the marriage of the Moretti, the in-house 750cc engine, with the haute couture body, as we like to call it, of Giovanni Michelotti. The engine is believed to be the work of Ernesto Maserati at Oscar, and he produced 51 horsepower with a weight of just 600 kilos or 1,300 pounds. These really were just tiny, lightweight, quick, and sprightly sports cars. Well, things are hotting up now with the race classes. You can hear them in over to my left, your right. And And the first of the race car classes R2 for the 75th anniversary of Formula One. This is the class for cars built between 1950 and 1973. Although it was preceded by decades of Grand Prix racing, Formula One dates really at the start of May the 13th, 1950. And third in class, it's the 1961 Cooper T55 F1 car owned by Dennis Bigioni of Pickering in Canada. Bruce McLaren had this Cooper built, the slimline T55, to defend McLaren's championship titles of 1959 and 1960. Sadly, the 1.5-litre Coventry Climax engine... Oh, look at you. I would like you to come and work in my pit, I think. What a great car. Thank you so much, Dennis, for bringing it from Canada. Congratulations, team. Second in class is the 1966 Gurney Eagle Mark I, owned by Bruce Meyer of Beverly Hills, California. This car was the very first Eagle built and one of just 4 that were ever made for Formula One. It was designed by Len Terry, who built the Lotus 38, and built this car by Dan Gurney's shop in California. What a great car and lovely sound. So first in class is the 1967 Lotus 49, owned by Chris McAllister of Indianapolis, Indiana. Beautiful sound from the Cosworth engine. Colin Chapman of Team Lotus sketched a new lightweight 3-litre engine on a napkin, and he then persuaded Ford to finance the product. The revolutionary configuration used Ford Cosworth engines, as you can hear. We're moving them along quickly because these cars do not like to sit too long. The next class is the anniversary of the cars from 1974 to the present day. And third in class is the 1978 Lotus Type 79 F1, owned by Duncan Dayton of Wacabook, I hope I pronounced that right, in New York. Now, we're going to go very gently. Over the ramp it goes, gently, gently does it. There's a little bit of ground clearance on these cars, but as you can see, they'd used ground effect to keep them on the circuits and help them around corners. This Lotus Type 79 was the first car to have success really through that innovation, the ground effects, basically utilizing aerodynamics to create the downforce that's now used by virtually every modern-day race car. This car won the Dutch Grand Prix in 1978 with Mario Andretti. Oh, listen to that. Pebble Beach has not heard these sounds in many, many years. Now these cars can be a little temperamental. They take very gentle coaxing to get running. They're extremely sensitive. So we'll just pause a moment while our second place car is started and made ready.
Past those speakers or before the speakers? Probably off. Okay.
Little one that I adore.
The McLaren mechanics are working hard, feverishly I might say, to get this car started. But I tell you, it's well worth the wait. I think we're nearly there. Turning over. We are there, we are running. This is the 1988 McLaren MP44, owned by Nicholas and Shelley Shores of the Audrey Collection in Newport, Rhode Island. This car was one of the most successful cars ever built in Formula One. Driven in season by Alain Prost, and it has just come back here from Goodwood, where it performed well at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Phew! Breathe a sigh of relief. In first place, it's the 1976 Ferrari 312 T2, owned by Chris McAllister of Indianapolis in Indiana. This Ferrari was Niki Lauda's primary car for the 1976 season, and with it, Lauda won the Grand Prix in Belgium and in Monte Carlo. Thank you, Chris. Beautiful sound. We made it. We made it. Okay. We're going to come back down to earth a little bit quieter, for the next class, which is Class V1, the Virgil Exner Early class. By the age of 26, Virgil Exner, or X as he was known to most, was the chief stylist at Pontiac. At 29, he was chief styling engineer at Studebaker. He moved around. And just as he was turning 40 in 1949, he was made chief of advanced styling at Chrysler, where he would really revolutionize the shape of American cars. First in 1955 with the $100 million look, and again in 1957 with the forward look, which Chrysler is so well known. He was a daring and creative virtuoso, and no one really had a better understanding of the magic of automotive fantasy. Today, we celebrate his designs with two full classes of cars divided by date. And this class, V1, is for the early cars of Virgil's career. And we are lining up. It's a beautiful class. I hope you all got a chance to see them down on the field, all of them together. And third in class is the 1953 Chrysler Thomas Special, owned by Dan Hemble of Kailua in Hawaii. This four-passenger Chrysler Thomas Special was first in a small run of 18 gear-built bodies, named for Chrysler's head of exports, C.B. Thomas. It was based on the two-passenger styling special that garnered much interest at the 1952 Paris Auto Salon. The car was then shipped to Switzerland, and following its exhibition there, was sold to a Swiss meatpacking company where it remained for 17 years. Great to see it here. I love it in that two-tone red and black. In second place, it's the 1955 Imperial 8-passenger limousine, owned by Rajiv Kher of IMT Manazar in India. In 1955, Chrysler registered the Imperial as a separate mark, and Ghia was selected to hand-build the limousines in a small series. On a stretch, you can see how long the chassis is. And Virgil Exner developed a really cohesive forward look design for the extended car. Very elegant for such a long car, and probably extremely comfortable to sit there in the back in such luxury. Beautiful car, and thank you so much to Rajiv for bringing it all the way from India. Fabulous to see it today. And first in class is the 1952 Chrysler Styling Special, owned by Mark Hyman of St. Louis in Missouri. Mark, well done. Congratulations. Looks like you have a packed car in there. The Chrysler Gear Alliance furnished many of the influential dream cars of the 1950s and 60s, with Virgil Exner's groundbreaking designs really being the driving force behind it. And this car was the original Gear style, the Chrysler Special. The Styling Special is one of 2 prototypes designed by Exner and, of course, built by Gear. Congratulations, Mark, and thank you, and the family. Goodbye. Farewell. I'm going to hand over now to my co-presenter, Amanda Stratton.
So we've just been treated to 3 of Virgil Exner's earlier designs, but before we move on to his later creations, we just want to pause for a moment to recognize a very special entrant with the Spirit of Virgil Exner trophy. Now, heading onto the ramp now, in fact, here in front of me, is the 1955 Chrysler Falcon, brought to us by entrant Joe Bort, who, though unable to be with us today, made sure that this really important car was present. Now, the Falcon was an idea car. It was crafted by Exner to rival the Corvette and the Thunderbird. There were only 2 of them created by Gear, and only this one remains. It rides on a shortened Chrysler chassis and features Exner's signature details, the futuristic tail lights, the integrated bumpers, side pipes, and a 300 horsepower Hemi under the hood. Now, Joe is one of the really great stewards of automotive history, and he's probably preserved more concept cars that were once destined for the scrapyard than anyone else. So the chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours, Sandra Button, is walking down towards us now, and she's going to be presenting the Spirit of Virgil Exner trophy to Joe. It's both a tribute to Exner's legacy, but also to Joe's dedication to really preserving automotive history. So some lovely photographs being taken for Joe to understand the day. Thank you, Sandra. That was lovely. Very well done, Sandra. Beautifully handed over. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to Joe. And now let's continue with the award winners in the final class of Virgil Exner's later design. So Nick, it's now back to you.
Thank you, Amanda. Yes, as she said, in this class we celebrate the later designs and his later work at Chrysler. And in 3rd place, it's the 1958 Imperial Crown Limousine, owned by David Fitzgerald of Denver, Colorado. The manufacturer, my goodness, this is a huge motor car. Look at this. It's a veritable ship. Manufacture of limousines on stretched Imperial chassis continued in Italy after the 2nd generation was introduced in 1957. And Chrysler shipped these 129-inch chassis to Gear, and then Gear performed substantial chassis modifications, stretching the bodywork, and this is the result. What an amazing looking car. Congratulations to David Fitzgerald. In 2nd place, it's the 1966 Duesenberg Model D prototype, owned by Thomas Shannon of Surfside in Florida. In 1964, Augie Duesenberg joined forces with Fred McManus Jr. to resurrect the fabled automotive company. Virgil Exner was commissioned to create a design based on the 1966 Chrysler Imperial, and this prototype was powered by a powerful V8 engine on the 137-inch wheelbase. Congratulations to Thomas Shannon. And first in class is the 1957 Dual Motors Dual Gear Convertible, owned by the Singleton Collection in Newport Beach in California. What a beautiful car. Again, these pale blue cars sit so nicely at Pebble Beach. When Chrysler decided not to put the fire arrow ideas into production, Gene Casserole of Dual Motors acquired the design and manufactured the car himself, and his assembly line became known as the longest in the world. And these cars were bought by many celebrities of the day, including celebrities like Will and Carrie Singleton right here in front of us. Congratulations to you, and thank you so much for bringing the car here today. So we're going to go back. Amanda, it's back to you. It's like a game of ping pong, but we're enjoying it. Over to you.
Nick. Thank you, Nick. I hope everybody else is enjoying it too. So with that, our class awards have now come to a close. But before we move on to the next segment of the show, we just want to invite over on the ramp 10 Land Rover Expedition vehicles that have been on display at the end of the 17th fairway. Now, the Pebble Beach Concours is obviously known to honour cars that set the new benchmarks in style and technology and speed, but this class has been curated about something very different. We're honouring vehicles that have made their mark not on the track or the showroom, but in forging new paths through some of the toughest terrain on Earth. Leading the group up the ramp now, we've got the 1950 Land Rover Series 1 80-inch soft-top Pollyanna. This car was owned by Australian actress, playwright, author and adventurer Barbara Toy. She initially bought the car to drive from London to Baghdad to visit a friend. Can you imagine? She drove it extensively through the Middle East and North Africa, and it was the first Land Rover to circumnavigate the globe. Behind Pollyanna is the 1955 Land Rover Series 1 86-inch station wagon Oxford. Now, the 1955-56 Oxford and Cambridge Far East Expedition is often called the greatest modern-day vehicle expedition. 6 Oxford and Cambridge University students set off in 2 Land Rovers, nicknamed Oxford and Cambridge imaginatively, to travel from London to Singapore on a journey that was never previously completed by a motor vehicle. Took 6 months to complete the journey, 18,000 miles, and Oxford actually completed that original journey, but this time backwards from Singapore to London, and then circumnavigated the world to mark Land Rover's 75th anniversary. The third car in the line is, I don't think it, it is, it's this one, yes, it's the 1971 Range Rover Suffix A Darien Gap. Now, this car embarked on an expedition to cross the 250-mile stretch of swamp and jungle that separates the southern and northern parts of the Americas, known as the Darien Gap. The expedition was led by Colonel John Blashford Snell. It began in Alaska, traveled 18,000 miles, the length of the American continent, to the southernmost tip of Cape Horn. Nearly half of that time, 99 full days, spent struggling to get through the formerly impenetrable Darien Gap. And the final car in the lineup is the 1989 Land Rover Defender 110 Camel Trophy US support Tierra del Fuego. Now, this not only competed, but also served as a support vehicle on most Camel Trophy events. The event ran from 81 to 2000, and the Camel Trophy event gave adventurous drivers the opportunity to participate in expeditions in remote and challenging locations all over the globe. So a huge thank you, guys, as you move away from the stand now. Big thank you as well to Jaguar Land Rover Classic, JLR North America, and the British Motor Museum for helping put this remarkable class of Land Rover expedition vehicles together and bringing them here. So even after all that driving, they're still going. Well done, guys. So as I said, we've had all 28 first-in-class winners, and they should be assembled now in the winner's circle. The spotlight now shifts to the ultimate prize. That is, of course, the best in show. The winner's circle is where the chief judges and honorary judge team leaders gather to take one final close-up look at the very best of the best, side by side, detail by detail. And once they've made their final assessment, they cast their ballots in the official ballot box, which is in the announcer's tent. And with competition this strong, it's going to take a moment for us to make that decision. So, whilst the judges are deciding their winners, let's take a moment to recognise our many generous donors, most of whom who are here today, for their continued support of the Concours charities. Thanks to the incredible generosity of the Pebble Beach Concours participants, over $4 million have been raised for charity in 2025 alone. Now, this remarkable achievement is driven by the year-round commitment of Pebble Beach Concours chairman Sandra Button. It's her leadership and dedication to this community and this one-day event that has transformed into this powerful force for good, creating a meaningful, lasting impact all year long. So to date, this means that more than $45 million have been distributed to over 100 charities throughout Monterey County. That definitely deserves an applause. And Sandra's not even stopping there. With her trademark determination, she's set her sights on a very ambitious goal, reaching $50 million by our 75th celebration next year. So, with the steadfast support of the Pebble Beach CEO, David Stivers, our charitable partner, the Pebble Beach Company Foundation, and each and every one of our loyal donors, we are on track to reach and hopefully exceed that milestone. So, please join me in a resounding applause to Sandra, David, and all of the donors who have made this possible. That's a great-looking check, isn't it? Thank you very much. Oh, so big, David dropped it. And let's not forget that over $500,000 in charitable contributions is raised each summer by the tickets that are sold for a chance to win one of our amazing charity drawing vehicles. So a big thank you again to the manufacturers that contribute to this. We've got Mercedes-Benz, Lincoln, and Infiniti. So let's hear it for them too. Now it's time for the show where generosity just might put you in the driving seat, because we've got some brand new cars to give away. Listen closely. Your name might be called, and one of the next 3 cars over the ramp could be yours. But I can't do this part of the show on my own. So joining me to announce the winners is a man whose charm and humor and unmistakable voice has helped raise millions for good causes. He is the legendary auctioneer of Gooding Christie's. He is a big fan of mine, and well, I'm a fan of his actually, and a fan favorite here at Pebble Beach, Charlie Ross.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Amanda. Lovely to see you.
Welcome back, Charlie.
Well, this is the highlight of my year, of course.
Well, standing with you is almost the highlight of mine, but you're not so accustomed to giving cars away, are you? You're more accustomed to actually...
I prefer selling cars to giving cars away. Of course, we're going to be giving away 3 wonderful cars today, but we had the privilege at Gooding Christie's the day before yesterday to sell our California Spider.
That was quite momentous. Tell us about that.
It was so exciting. How much did it make?
You tell me. You were there.
Over $25 million.
Very impressive.
How good was that? Very exciting.
Well, shall we get on and hand over some new cars?
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I really hope the winners are in the audience today. But if not, we've actually got some of the McPherson students with us, and they're going to be receiving the cars on the winners' behalf.
Indeed, the students are the recipients of the Phil Hill, John Lamb, Jules J. and Sally Human Scholarships. They are pursuing degrees in McPherson College in automotive restoration, design, or journalism. And here they are.
Aren't they a handsome bunch? Hello, everybody. It's a bit daunting standing out here, isn't it?
Just a little bit, yeah, I'd say so.
3, 2, 1.
No assistance. It's really hard to brake.
A lot of mistakes happen.
Still green first exit.
Go, 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 go.
What a finish! Unbelievable!
In the world
Well, I am joined by the man, they call him Mr. Le Mans, but with his initials TK, he could be the king as well. He's very gracious. He always shares the TK monitor with me. Tom Christensen, thank you for joining us. First off, I mean, you've been coming to this event for a while. I know you're a real curious guy and you have really interesting thoughts on things. So what about this is so special to you, just personally?
I learn every time, certainly. And I think also from us used to be in a racing car, this is really, it's really spectacular here. But the more I get here, the more depth I get into it, the more curious I get, the more I fell in love with it. And in a way, the heartbeat comes down. I mean, what's not to like? I mean, it has started here on a Thursday morning when they do the tour. Wonderful on the 17-mile drive. Then you go to the Quail, you go to the circuit on Saturday. And then this morning at dawn patrol, I just came in the end. And you know, being in a race car at dawn, oh, that's good. And that's how the day started. And what fabulous with the sunshine coming in. And these cars are really fantastic.
Well, you're so good at, that's why I asked you. I got goosebumps when you talked about the sun coming up when you're in a race car and so forth. Now, let's wind it way back to before you were a racer. Everyone has, what was it that attracted you to cars in the first place?
My dad had a gas station. My mom and dad worked there, so he was driving, but it was a little bit when going to the racetrack when my mom pushed me around. Obviously, I got the bug already there, but I was not attracted to the cars initially. That was to the go-kart, and that sort of the go-kart brought me into it. But I would say after my career now, I'm blessed that I can be at events. I can meet people who have wonderful car collections, and sometimes they even let me drive a little bit in that. So I think that is the essence of life: networking, meeting, feeling, driving different cars, and you evolve yourself. And I can't find anything better. Very privileged to be around here.
Well, you're, behind us going on stage, they've raised, as they said, $45 million for the local community since the beginning of this. This is a Mercedes CLA that they're giving away. They're giving away 3 different cars. And we visited one of the charities last year, Rancho Cielo. Incredible, started by a local judge to give kids an option to have a different choice rather than going into jail. And it was really touching. They cooked an amazing gourmet meal for us, being trained in culinary and so forth. So that's why we're here and what this is all about. But back to this, you're a guest of Rolex, you're an ambassador. They did an incredible film about you, Don't Blink, and it talked about your father. He passed away a little while ago. The reason I bring that up is this was my father's Rolex.
Really?
And he passed away last year, and so
sorry.
But he's the one who got me into cars as well. What is it about Rolex only likes excellence, and so there couldn't be a better person. Talk about how they approach this or what they think. You know, what is their philosophy?
It's wonderful, and of course, seeing the 1908 will be to hand it to the best of show. That's going to be an incredibly proud moment. The way they embrace the sport. Look how, if you look around, they have embraced motorsport for so many years. Obviously, starting at that beach on the other waterfront, and then just embracing everything. The historic races around the world, and Formula One, World Endurance Championship, Goodwood Revival. All these things is fascinating. And then, yes, today it's going to make somebody very, very proud with their car and machinery.
I'm going to switch directions now. So, and behind me now, the Lincoln. Wow, look at that beautiful Navigator that they're giving away. That's a beautiful car. Unfortunately, I've not been fed the charities that are benefiting, but I would like to name those. Hopefully, they'll give me for. But I'm going to switch gears a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, as a F3 champion, German F3 champion, your sights were set on Formula One. Seeing the Formula One display here, things worked out okay for you, but talk about what it's like to see, and you cover Formula One now, seeing all those cars, put it in perspective, what's there on the waterfront.
It's wonderful. the time is just evolving for 75 years of Formula One, and to see it on display like that is wonderful. I've followed it very much and very intense. I mean, you can say since the Jackie Stewart time when I was a small kid, and then just seeing Mario Andretti, the Black Lotus here before, that was kind of my car. And to be honest, then an American helped me there. Zach Brown asked me to drive it up the Goodwood Hill with Mario on the same day some years ago. And the very same Zach, he invited me to test the McLaren last year at the modern car, the TPC car at Red Bull Ring. So in a way, I have a lot of perspective when I do commentating like you yourself. And that means, again, networking. And I'm very blessed to have been able to find that journey. But to walk the waterfront, how beautiful is it at Pebble Beach to see Formula One celebrated.
What an experience to drive Mario's Lotus up the hill at Goodwood. The car behind me, this Infiniti, is going to benefit the Boys and Girls Clubs of Monterey County. I'm going to thank you. We're going to get it down to Justin Bell, who's in the winner's circle. We have all the winners down there. Only the winners can advance and be eligible for Best in Show. So Justin Bell, what have you got?
Well, what did you think I had, Tommy Kendall? I said to Jonathan Siegel all week, he's been texting saying, when's my big interview? Yeah. And I said, well, you've got to win your class to get an interview this year. It's not a gimme. This 1953 Seata 2 weeks ago, a month ago, was in pieces, and you did it.
1 week. 1 week ago, the boys put the whole car together. They assembled the entire car in 1 week. Crazy.
So obviously, I know it's been a whole trial and tribulation getting it here, but to be here once again in Pebble Beach, in this winner's circle, you know you've achieved the first leg of the race, and you see the best of show just sitting up there.
Right over there. It's right over there. We like that. Final four doesn't suck. We're happy. You have no idea just to win your class. And David Zadorek, who's the #1 collector around, won Pebble Beach, wins every time he's out. And he came right behind us. I'm sure it was very close. You can't even tell how fabulous it is.
But talk about, you know, you're a man of style, a tastemaker, an amazing architect in San Diego. When you isolated in, targeted in on this car, what was it about it you thought, this is something that could do something special?
Well, I collect bespoke Italian automobiles. I try to get a 1 of 1. This was 1 of 8. And it just had all the right things. It was a horrible color when I bought it, but if I can make it silver, if I could work with the proportions of the tires and the wheels and the spokes to bring the detail out, and then the white walls to make the wheel seam and the tire seam bigger in the space, I knew I could do something.
Well, you certainly did. My friend, I cannot wait to indulge with you later. You're a class winner. Jonathan Siegel, everyone.
He's the best.
Coming up on my left, your right, is the 1906 white Model F Roi de Belge Touring, owned by Joe and Janice Conzanier of San Marino, California. And the Fever Pre-War Trophy. It really goes to the best preserved pre-war car as determined by a special committee guided by the Fédération Internationale des Véhicules Anciens, or FIVA regulations. And it's sponsored by Haggerty Drivers Foundation. And today, the trophy is presented by McKeel Haggerty, the CEO of Haggerty. Wonderfully preserved car. What an amazing feat to find a car that's not been restored just in this condition. It's a real sight. And Joe and Janice, thank you so much for bringing it. It's been a pleasure to see you and a pleasure to see the car. Congratulations. So we may need a little moment here. It's always nice to pause and contemplate the wonderful scenery, the beautiful sky, the privilege we have of being here. I am a happy, happy puppy sitting here gazing out across the water. Oh, what a treat. So we're just going to pause a little while and wait until we have the cars shuffled into the correct order for your enjoyment. So please bear with us. I have one major announcement, please. Would Simon Kidston, you know who you are, Simon Kidston, please move quickly to your Hispano Suiza. We need you at your car right now. Simon, please go to your Hispano, put down the champagne, and make your way to your car immediately. Thank you. Our next special award is the Art Center College of Design Award. And this year it goes to the 1967 Ferrari 275 GTB4 Scaglietti Bellunetta, owned by William and Cheryl Swanson of Pebble Beach in California. And the Art Center College of Design Award goes to the car that showed the best use of new technology in its era, has groundbreaking style and engineering, and is considered to have had the greatest impact on car design today. And is sponsored by Ron Lee and Leslie Carroll. And it's presented by the Art Center President Karen Hoffman and 4 of their transportation design students. Welcome, guys. Nice to see you. And congratulations to William and Cheryl. The 275 GTB4 was unveiled at the Paris Auto Salon in 1966, and it introduced the motoring world to Ferrari's first dual overhead cam engine in a road car, developed obviously in racing. The new Ferrari produced 20 more horsepower than its predecessor and featured a hood bulge to accommodate the additional heft, our hefty engine. Beautiful to see. Congratulations to William and Cheryl. Our next award is the Briggs Cunningham Trophy, and it goes to the 1956 Maserati 200 SI Fantuzzi Open Sports Racer, owned by Philip Seraphim of Beverly Hills in California. Great to see this car here again, Philip. As I was saying before, it's such a rare design, an amazingly large car for a 4-cylinder engine. And these cars were very, very successful. And this is one of 2 of the 4-cylinder models designed for the 2-liter class competition in 1955. It was completed in June 1956, and 3 days later, Sterling Moss test drove it at Monza, setting the fastest time. Philip, thank you so much for bringing the car. It's a pleasure to see it. Congratulations. Our next special award is the Classic Car Club of America Trophy, and it goes to the 1937 Lincoln K LeBaron Coupe, owned by Jim Farley of Birmingham in Michigan. The Ford Motor Company acquired Lincoln in 1922, and Edsel Ford was charged with rebranding the flagging Lincoln mark. Nice to see you, Jim. Welcome. Congratulations. This award is awarded to the most significant classic car present today, and it's sponsored by the Cantori family, and it's presented by Joe and Jacqueline Cantori. Ubiquitous to all late Lincoln K automobiles was the 414 cubic inch V12 engine, which produced 150 horsepower. And this LeBaron Coupe is one of 24 built in 1937, and it's believed to be one of just 6 that have survived. And thank you to Jim Farley for bringing it and enjoy driving it slower slightly than your normal driving on racetracks. Congratulations.
Elegance in motion.
Got it. Our next award is the Elegance in Motion Trophy. And it goes to one of the most extraordinary and I think one of the most beautiful cars here today. The 1965 Bugatti Type 101C-X Roadster. A unique motor car. You'll never see another one. And this is owned by General William Lyon family of Newport Beach in California. And this trophy, this award, is awarded to the car deemed to be the most elegant in motion, and there it is. To qualify for this award, a car must have successfully completed the Tour d'Elegance. And it is sponsored by Gooding Christie's, and it's presented by David Gooding, the president of Gooding Christie's. Congratulations to the William Lyon family. This Bugatti was unveiled at the 1951 Paris Salon in an attempt to really revive the flagging Bugatti mark. It was a brave attempt, and I think an extraordinarily wonderful looking motor car. Congratulations.
Now.
So we're going to just take a quick pause whilst I give you a few little interesting pieces of information. 70 years ago, Phil Hill not only won the Pebble Beach road races here for the 3rd time, he also won the Concours with a classic car. It was his 1931 Piers Arrow. Okay, so I'm not going to finish my useful piece of information for you because we have now got the car that is coming up next on the ramp. So, Nick, back to you.
Thank you, Amanda. What a fascinating little story that was.
I'll finish it one day.
So our next award is the Charles A. Chain Trophy. And it goes to the 1910 Benz 2180 Prinz Heinrich Rennwagen. And it's owned by Mercedes-Benz Classic Center in Stuttgart in Germany. And I think it's a little overloaded. I'm just been in. This award is awarded to the car with the most advanced engineering of its era. And its trophy is named for the former General Motors Vice President of Engineering, who was a great supporter of this Concours. And it's sponsored by Bill and Cheryl Swanson. Congratulations. A very fascinating early Mercedes-Benz. A Benz, I should say.
I did tell you that I'd come back and finish my interesting story. Just to remind you, 70 years ago, Phil Hill won not only the road race for the 3rd time, but also won the Concours. And it was actually the first classic car to win here and changed the focus of the whole event from new to collector cars. Other Concours follow suit, and the definition of Concours actually changed because of that around the world. So there you go. I told you I would come to you with some interesting bits of information. The next one I have for you is that 40 years ago, all 6 Bugatti Royales were actually gathered right here at Pebble Beach for the very first time. Further on, we've got 20 years ago. And that was when the selection committee was formed by Chairman Sandra Button. And this paved the way for wider input and subsequently a much wider range of cars for the show field. And I know that the selection committee work very hard, not just throughout the year, but looking ahead, identifying important anniversaries in order to make sure that what we have here on the lawn is the very, very best that is in existence for everybody. So they work incredibly hard. They meet early in the year to finalize cars that are going to be invited in order to show here at Pebble. But as I say, they work incredibly hard, and it's a huge team of people who are actually part of that process. And this was formed originally by Sandra, and Chris Bock has a very big part to play in that. And then just this morning, this is the other wonderful piece of information, just talking about the age span of the cars that we have here at the concours. When I was walking on the show field, I was marveling at the fact that we've got cars, I'm trying to do mental maths, but it's not working very well, 1910 to 2025. So that is 115 years, I got there in the end, of automotive history that we have got displayed on the lawn. This is the first year we've actually had a car on the show field that is produced the very same year as the show, and that is, of course, down in the Formula One display that we have got, which is on the ocean side. So if you haven't had the opportunity to go and have a look at those already, I urge you to do so. So I hope everybody has had a wonderful time so far, and moreover, I very much hope that the recipients and the winners in the prize raffle have actually now been reunited with their brand new cars. And just to urge you, next year, for all of you coming, the cars are spectacular. So very much urging you to make sure you buy your tickets next year. But that's it from me for now, and I will be back very shortly.
What fascinating snippets of information we're learning today.
Oh, well, you're so very welcome, Nick. I'm full of them.
Oh, no, I have an important announcement. We're just going to hold the next trophy for a moment. I have an important announcement. We need some people to get their ballots in. We are missing 4 ballots in our Best of Show award. Would John Kleiner please come to the ramp with your ballot? Would Mr. Miles Morris please come to the ramp? Would Paul Russell please come to the ramp? And lastly, by no means leastly, Jonathan Sirikowski, please make your way to the ramp. We need your ballots. Now, moving swiftly along with a swift motor car is the Enzo Ferrari Trophy. And this year it's awarded to the 1964 Ferrari 250 LM Scaglietti Berlinetta, owned by Peter and Jan Harburg of Brisbane in Australia. This is awarded to the best Ferrari present, and it's named after the maestro himself, Enzo Ferrari. It's sponsored by the Candy Store, and this year it's presented by Margherita Slevin. And this, if you will remember, is the other 250 LM Ferrari that we were talking about when Simon Kidston brought the other car along. And this car debuted at the Paris Auto Salon in 1963, and it was designed to compete in the GT class at Le Mans. Homologation required production of 100 motor cars, but Ferrari actually only built just 32. I don't think they were very good at counting back then, forcing the 250 LMN into the prototype class. Congratulations to Peter and Jan Harburg, and thank you for bringing this very, very special Ferrari here today. Our next award is the Lincoln Trophy, and it's presented to the 1929 Lincoln L. Ralston all-weather non-collapsible Brougham, owned by Mike Anderson of Elkhart, Indiana. This award is sponsored by Lincoln, and it's presented by Joaquin Nuno Whelan, the president of Lincoln. And as the Lincoln Trophy is presented, we pause to honor the late David Schultz, a beloved figure in the classic car world, a longtime entrant and judge at Pebble Beach. He was instrumental in founding and guiding the Lincoln Motor Car Foundation and its Heritage Museum at Hickory Corners in Michigan. His passion and dedication helped shape the museum into the vibrant, living tribute it is today. Our next award is the Alec Ullman Trophy, and it goes to the 1924 Hispano-Suiza H6C Hooper Saloon Limousine, owned by Simon Kidston in Milan in Italy. And this car was built for Simon's uncle, the Royal Navy Lieutenant Commander Glenn Kidston, a World War I veteran who at 25 years old who would go on to be one of the very famous Bentley Boys. And this car was used at Kidston's wedding in 1925, and it went on to lap Brooklands at 84 miles per hour shortly after. I'd love to see this car back at Brooklands, Simon. I think we should arrange it. Congratulations. Our next award is the Gran Turismo Trophy. And it's awarded to the 1931 Invicta 4.5-litre S-Type car bodies tourer owned by Steve and Marilee Hamilton of Washoe Valley in Nevada. And this award is awarded to the most significant car president, balancing both artistic beauty and performance at the highest level, and most desired for inclusion in that great game, Gran Turismo. It's sponsored by Polyphony Digital, and it's presented by Kazunori Yamauchi, president of Polyphony Digital. Congratulations to Steve and Marilee Hamilton. Our next award is the Montague of Bewley Trophy, and it goes to the 1935 Aston Martin Mark II Bertelli Sports Saloon, owned by Neil Pixon of Stockport in the United Kingdom. And this award honors Edward Lord Montague, and it's awarded to the most significant car president of British origin. And it's sponsored by Lord Montague, and for the first time in many years, it is presented by Lord Montague of Bewley. Aston Martin built 116 examples of the Mark II with the 1.5-litre 4-cylinder engine, had a top speed of 85 miles per hour. And this car is rumored to be the first Aston Martin to be painted in that very distinctive Aston Martin green. Congratulations to Neil Pixton. Our next award is the Lucius Beebe Trophy. And we're just going to pause one little moment. It's well worth the wait, I can promise you that. There we are. This year, the Lucius Beebe Trophy goes to the 1954 Rolls-Royce Phantom 4 Hooper Landaulet, owned by Stephen Brower of St. Louis in Missouri. This award is awarded to the Rolls-Royce considered most in the tradition of Lucius Beebe, a bon vivant who served among our early judges. And it's sponsored by Laura and Jack Boyd Smith Jr. And it's presented by Angelica Jack Smith today. Congratulations, Kimmy. Very regal you are. I'm not quite sure of your chauffeur, but I think there's a wonderful passenger in the back. Congratulations to Steve and Kimmy. Fabulous to see it. Congratulations. Our next award is the Tony Hulman Trophy, and it goes to the 1967 Lotus 49, owned by Chris McAllister of Indianapolis, Indiana. And this award is to the most significant open-wheel race car present. Hulman owned the Speedway for decades, and he said, "Gentlemen, start your engines before each Indy 500. It's sponsored by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, presented by Jason Van Sickle, the Vice President of Curation at the Motor Speedway. Congratulations to Chris McAllister. Our next special award is the French Cup. And this year goes to an extremely original motor car, 1910 Renault BZ Moore and Munger Town Car, owned by Peter and Monica Kumar of Astoria in New York. And the French Cup is awarded to the most significant car of French origin. This really is an amazing time capsule, and seeing this on the lawn earlier, it really was an education in how to keep a beautiful early brass era motor car. Congratulations, Peter. Congratulations, Monica. This car drove on the tour on Thursday. It was a wonderful treat. Thank you. Congratulations. Our next award is the Ansel Adams Award, and it goes to the 1908 Welch Model 4L 7-passenger touring, owned by Bob and Linda Welsh of West Vancouver in Canada. I'd love to own a car named after me. Now, the Ansel Adams Award is presented to the most desirable touring car of its era. The trophy is named for the photographer who served often as an honorary judge at this concours, and the winner received a photograph donated by the family of Ansel Adams. It's presented by Matthew Adams, the grandson of the late Ansel Adams and his wife, Mingzu Adams. Congratulations to Bob and Linda Welsh. What a beautiful blue. Great brass era car. It's fabulous to see it. Congratulations. Our next award is the Lap of Luxury Award, and it goes to the 1928 Istotta Fraschini Tipo 8A SS Cesare Sala Guida Interna Supersport. That was a test. And it's owned by the Museo Carde of Campos do Rodo in Brazil. I probably murdered that name. The Lap of Luxury Award was established in this year in 2025, and it's awarded to the ultimate luxury show car. It's sponsored by Lapis, and it's presented by Todd Blue, the founder and CEO of Lapis. This is a beautiful, beautiful Isotta. Lovely rear to the roofline there. The details on Isotta Fraschini are just incredible. And every time you see one, you see something different, and you can enjoy the design. And this really is an exceptionally luxurious motor car. Congratulations, and thank you so much for bringing it all the way from Brazil. That car, incidentally, my colleague Martin Button has just whispered in my ear, sold new in Brazil, and it's been there ever since. Our next award is the Pininfarina Trophy, and it goes to the 1959 Ferrari 250 GT Pininfarina Cabriolet Series 1, owned by Roy and Janice Broad of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Pininfarina Trophy is awarded, will recognize the most beautiful Pininfarina design car in celebration of Pininfarina's 95th anniversary this year. The trophy itself has been designed and handcrafted by Pininfarina, and it's serving as a true representation of the brand's signature design. It's sponsored by, obviously, Pininfarina, and it's presented by Silvio Angori, the CEO of Pininfarina. Congratulations to Roy and Janice Broad. The Mercedes-Benz Star of Excellence Award is our next one, and it goes to the 1939 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster, owned by the Keller Collection at the Pyramids in Petaluma in California. And this is presented to the most significant Mercedes-Benz present today. It's sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, and it's presented by Michael Coons, the general manager of the Mercedes-Benz Classic Center in Irvine in California. Whenever you see a car from the Keller Collection, there are more people in it than seats. You'll guarantee there is literally no room in any of the Keller cars when they come across the ramp. It's always a treat to see. What a wonderful delight. What a beautiful motor car. Congratulations to you all. We're going to move now to the Fever Post-War Trophy, and this goes to the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300S Sunroof Coupe, owned by Craig Capel and Meg McCarthy of Orlando in Florida. The Fever Post-War Trophy goes to the best preserved post-war car, and it's sponsored by the Haggerty Drivers Foundation, and it's presented by McKeel Haggerty, the CEO of Haggerty. Mercedes-Benz built just 216 of these cars between 1952 and 1955, and this late model was originally delivered to a gravel and sand manufacturer, would you believe, in Germany. Meg and Craig, it's beautiful to see this car. It's a lovely example. Congratulations. Our next award is the Chairman's Trophy, and this goes to the silent running 1989 Ferrari 640 Formula One car, owned by Simon Furlonger and Egon Zweimüller of Ensdorf in Austria. The award goes to the most deserving car present as selected by our very own chairman, Sandra Button, who is presenting the award today. This Ferrari 640 was a 3-time Grand Prix winner in 1989 with 9 podiums and 4 fastest laps, making this really one of the most successful Formula One Grand Prix cars ever built. It's a wonderful treat to see it and wonderful to see Sandra dressed to match the car. Our final special award today is the Phil Hill Cup. And it goes to the 1970 March 701 Formula One car owned by Tom Hartley Jr. of Swadlincote in the United Kingdom. And it's named for the great participant and friend of both the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance and the Pebble Beach Road Races. The trophy, thank you. The trophy is awarded to a very significant race car. And this is sponsored by Mark and Sharon Newman, who are also presenting the award today. This car was famously driven by the one and only Jackie Stewart, and today it still is racing in historic series both in the United States and in Europe. Congratulations to Tom Hartley.
Wraps up our special awards. And now we've just got 4 more awards remaining before we finally get to the best of show. We really have entered the final stretch of today's competition. But before we announce the final 4 Elegance Awards, we're going to go down to Justin Bell, who's actually roaming the winner's circle, sponsored by Rolex, and he's there with all the cars and the eager entrants who are vying for best of show. Justin, over to you.
You come here, you have 3 cars that won their class. You just said to me that wasn't even imaginable.
It was an accident that we ended up with 3 cars. Now, first of all, I want to tell you I was a big fan of your dad.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you're here. We entered a 34 Packard, and they wanted this car, but we knew that the Duesenberg SSJ was coming from Harry in Cincinnati, and I told Chris, I said, well, it's wonderful we can have a 1-car class. So in the meantime, we finished an Imperial Phaeton, and with a friend of mine, I'm a partner in that car, and it got finished, so he entered it. So there's 2 cars going to be here. I said, okay. Chris Bach calls me up and says, Harry's not bringing the SSJ, you have to bring your car. So we ended up with 3 cars here by accident. I was going to be here with a 34 Packard.
So it feels pretty good to not only have 3 here, but this has really caused quite a stir, the Duesenberg. Is that your favorite out of the 3?
I'd have to say it is. I love them all, but this car is one of one. There were 6 original fabric Duesenbergs they called Waymans. Wayman was a famous airplane guy in France, and with fabric wings, and he took that development and put it on the cars. There were 6 of these. All 5 of them, because this fabric is very soft, didn't survive, and they changed the bodies on 5 of them. A doctor in St. Louis had the 6th one, and he restored it in his barn. Now, we won't talk about the level of quality of the restoration, but he saved the body. This car wouldn't be here if he didn't spend 50 years with the car, and he used it, have a great time with it. I'm thrilled with this car. It's 750 pounds lighter than a steel car. So you know a little bit about cars, a lot about cars. So I pulled up to the biggest hill here, and everybody slowed down in front of me. I looked down, I had 1,000 RPMs in 3rd gear. I was ready to go to 2nd gear as they moved off. I said, you know, I got to find out. I accelerated up the hill in 3rd gear from 1,000 RPM.
Wow. So you definitely bought the right car for the ramp. I'm so proud of you. I'm happy for you this weekend. Good luck as we head towards the final 4. I'm going to head over here to catch up. There's Ken Gross. Ken, our chief car judge. Ken, you're standing here really seeing the results of your handiwork, the whole team over the last 3 or 4 year, really. What's your feeling, your sentiments as you look around? Has everyone done their job?
Well, I think so. This is really the most exciting moment of the concours. At this point, it's no longer the perfection of a restoration. It's that and the emotion of these cars. And we like to say, some cars talk to you. You stand there, you look, and you're really having a conversation. And it's not, hey, look at me. Sometimes it's just a subdued elegance. And it's really fun.
We were talking a little bit while we were watching the Specialty Awards go past. And as you say, this is in a way a leveler. You obviously have to have resources to bring a car and own a car here. But in a way, you can have a billionaire up against a millionaire. You can have someone that's owned it for a year against someone that's had it in the family for 50 years. I like that element.
Well, many of the people who show cars here are captains of industry. You know, they're very successful in everything they've achieved. But you can't buy this award. You really can't. It's all about the car, not the restorer, not anything except this automobile in this moment.
I don't want to. I know you're a Best of Show ballot holder, and we can't talk about that. But you do have a great eye for what's in here in the winner's circle. Any surprises, anything you're like, I'm glad that car got in here?
Well, I'm glad this car got in here because it's an early Duesenberg with a Wyman fabric body, very unusual, very rare. And Don Garib, the owner, went to a great deal of trouble to find the Rexine fabric that has been out of production for many years. And that's just one story of many here. The owners and restorers who want to achieve perfection. You want to stop time and say, this is what this car looked like. We're doing to the best of our ability to show it. And now it's up to the judges.
I think it's very important to put into context. When you see the judges out there this morning and they are doing their job with their team around each of the cars, an amazing amount of pre-production has gone into that. A lot of work. It's not just arriving on the spot. Give credit to the teams that you put together.
Well, totally true. And I, of course, didn't put them together, but I work on the selection committee. We spend a lot of time looking at hundreds of cars to whittle them down to the 8 to 10 that are in the classes. But at that point, once you know the cars that you're going to be judging, you really do some studying. A good chief class judge provides the information, and you'd be not fair to the whole effort here if you didn't study. So we're not looking at these cars so much for the first time, but I will say, and we talked about this before, we've been looking at them as little pictures on a screen, and now here they are in aluminum and steel and glass and rubber. And sometimes you look and you think, damn, I didn't think it would be that beautiful, and it's captivating.
Now, I know you're a classic, historic, vintage guy, but what did you think when you saw the Formula One cars out there?
I found it very exciting. You know, they're not your typical luxurious coach-built Pebble Beach car, but racing is all part of history. And the fact that they can get those cars to throttle down a little bit, not overheat, and be some of the excitement over the ramp. I mean, Formula One now is a big deal in the United States. So I'm sure a lot of people are looking at the F1 cars and thinking, here they are at Pebble Beach.
I love it, Ken. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to see who lines up in the final four. Come with me here. One of my favorite people, Anne Brockington-Lee. Congratulations on making it to the winner's circle.
Thank you. Love it.
Did you, I mean, obviously you're a competitor. If anyone sums up the spirit of competition in this hobby, you are one of those people out of Reno, Nevada. Tell us about the car and why you chose this one this year.
Well, we were asked to bring a grand touring car, and this is one of a pair. It is a 1959 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith All-Tour Salon, body by Hooper. The car was built for Queen Elizabeth's visits to Australia. There's a pair. This one was for the West Coast. The other one that we have was for the East Coast. And anyway, it's all original. And my guys, I mean, it doesn't, I mean...
It looks pretty good.
It looks pretty darn good. So, and also, we've had them since 1993, when the Australian government tried to disassociate themselves with the monarchy, and they gave the pair to Sotheby's to sell. They also gave the 1964 Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud Breeze for her visits to Tasmania to Sotheby's to sell, and we got both pair.
Well, it is a competition. She's the voice of reason. But let's go back to Amanda up there with some more news. Thank you so much, Anne.
Before we actually find out which of those class winners is going to be going home with the 2025 Best of Show trophy, let's bring the 4 winners of the highly coveted Elegance Awards up to the ramp. Now, these are selected by our esteemed judges. These honors go to the most elegant open, closed, convertible, and sports cars on the show field. Now, the winner of these trophies are always one to watch because you never know. History has shown that one of them often goes away to win the top prize. Returning to the mic now to announce the final 4 Elegance Awards, it is Nick Waller, and I will see you back here in just a few moments as we prepare to unveil the car most deserving of the title 2025 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance Best in Show.
Thank you, Amanda, once more. Our first award is the Strother McMinn Trophy for the most elegant sports car. And this year goes to the 1953 Seata 208 CS Balbo Coupe, owned by Jonathan and Wendy Siegel of San Diego, California. This trophy goes to the most elegant sports car present, and the trophy is named for a respective automotive designer, instructor, and historian who was the chief honorary judge at the Pebble Beach Concours. It's sponsored by William E. Connor and Associates and is presented by Chip Connor. Congratulations, Johnny. Yes, indeedy. Beautiful little car. I know it has just come out of restoration. It was right down to the wire. Wonderful to see it. Congratulations. Our next award is the Gwen Graham Most Elegant Convertible. And it's the 1933 Rolls-Royce Phantom II Brewster Henley Roadster, owned by the Lehrman Collection in Palm Beach in Florida. And the Gwen Graham Most Elegant Convertible Award goes to the most elegant convertible present today, and the trophy is named for the woman who was involved in founding the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. It's sponsored by Lalique of North America, and it's presented today by James Munn, the CEO of Lalique North America. Congratulations to the Lehrmans, and perfect car. What a lovely Rolls-Royce. Our next award is the JB and Dorothy Nethercutt Most Elegant Closed Car. And this year it goes to the 1937 Bugatti Type 57 Atalante Roll-Top Coupe, owned by the Pearl Collection in Zug in Switzerland. And there is the inimitable Fritz Burkhardt, still driving his car. It is awarded today by the Nethercutt Most Elegant Closed Trophy is awarded to the most elegant closed car present today. And it's named for the couple who won our top award, the Best of Show, a record-setting 6 times. It's sponsored by the JBS Collection, presented by Laura and Jack Boyd Smith. Congratulations, Fritz. It was well worth the drive, 3,600 miles to be here today. Congratulations. Our final Elegance Award is the Jules Human Most Elegant Open Car. And this year it goes to the 1951 Ferrari 340 America Touring Barchetta, owned by Nikolai Miroshnichenko. Oh boy, thank you. Almaty in Kazakhstan. The J. Human Most Elegant Open Car. This award goes to the most elegant open car present with no side windows. The trophy is named for our former chairman, who was a guiding light to this event. Beautiful car. Congratulations, Nikolai. And I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. I'll take lessons. Congratulations.
I think you'll agree it's easy to see why those 4 stunning machines were chosen as the finest example of elegance on the field today. But I know the big question that you're all waiting to have answered, and that is, which class winner is going to take home today's ultimate honor? We are moments away from finding out who is in the running for the best of show. For that, let's turn back over to Justin, who is making his way to welcome the contenders before one of them is chosen as the last car to cross the ramp. Justin, are you there with the cars?
Yes, I am. I'm about to get run over by one of the cars, actually, as they make their way towards me. But this is a very exciting moment. So I'm going to jump in here when he pulls it up right there in this Maybach. I'm going to jump in, Joanna. What a moment for you.
Yeah, it's great.
You like it? I mean, obviously you won your class, so you knew you were in with a shot. A year and more, I'm sure, of work getting the car ready. What does it mean?
2 years.
2 years. Okay, I underestimated the dedication.
It's exciting to have this shot, have this chance, and it's rewarding to the restoration team. And it's a good day. Gorgeous weather, lots of fun.
Either way, you're a winner already. Let's jump over here. Oh, we're wrong side. I'll come round. I got to look at the steering wheel. Well, fabulous, Sam. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Seen you over the years.
Seen you over the years. You're here right now on the edge of the historic Pebble Beach ramp.
I'm already a winner.
You're already a winner. And what does it feel like, obviously, having seen this car, curated it, got it restored, now to sit here, winning your class?
Well, I think it's a great honor, and this is a great car, and it deserves. It did all the work, so I'm very happy for the car.
And some pretty mighty competition.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a privilege to be in this company.
I love that. Thank you. Well, good luck. Good luck to everybody. I'm going to go around to Philip Serafin here. Philip in his beautiful Maserati. Look. Hat on, ready to go. We just talked a minute ago. Obviously, you're in the winner's circle. You already won your class. Did you expect you could be here today, right on the edge of the ramp?
It's beyond my wildest imagination. I'm in such great company, and it's just been an honor to bring this car here and share it with everyone. I'm particularly happy for the team that worked so hard to get the car ready to be here.
We're excited to see you. I'm glad you've got a good passenger ready to go over the ramp. And now we're going to have to pop around here with one of the crowd favorites. Absolutely.
Hi.
Oh, there you are. Lee, you are so tall. I forgot that.
I'm too big for the car. So I have to stand outside.
That's the sign of a real collector that can't fit in his car. This is definitely one of the crowd favorites all week. One of the hot shoes. We've been looking at this car. Did you feel that?
Oh, yes. It's like a fine piece of furniture. When Penny and I bring it home, we're going to put it in the living room and sit in it. Watch TV.
Netflix and thrill if you got this car. Well, good luck to everybody here. I'm just going to come back in a minute after this little commercial break.
Three, two, one.
I have no assistance. It's really hard to brake.
A lot of mistakes happen.
Still green first exit.
Go, 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 go.
What a finish! Unbelievable!
Well, it has been my absolute pleasure hosting today's show as your Master of Ceremonies. And what an extraordinary day it has been. On behalf of the entire Pebble Beach Concours team, thank you to our entrants, our judges, our enthusiasts, the sponsors and donors and volunteers whose dedication year-round makes this perfect August Sunday possible. As we prepare for the Best in Show celebrations presented by Rolex, please keep the ramp clear so that the media crews can capture those special first moments of the winning car and its caretaker. Afterwards, please stick around and you can hear Justin's exclusive interview with our 2025 Best of Show winner right here on the ramp just after the confetti cannons fire. And if you're sitting in the driver's seat down there, get ready and good luck, because it is finally time for the last car to cross the ramp at the 2025 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. Hopefully, on her way to me now is Sandra Button, chairman of the concours, with those golden envelopes. So Sandra, you have the nominees. Thank you. So to remind you of the nominees, we have the 1939 Maybach Spon Sports Zweisitter of Dana and Patty Meekham. We've got the 4.5-litre Invicta S-Type Corsica Drophead Coupe from a private collection, Raffia in Bahrain. The Hispano-Suiza H6C Tulipwood Torpedo of Penny and Lee Anderson, Sr. from Naples in Florida. And the 1956 Maserati 200 SI Open Sports Racer of Philip Sarafin from Beverly Hills in California. So, can we have congratulations to all of the nominees. It's been an honor to be alongside the cars on the final lap of this journey, but there is, of course, only one of you that is going to finish today's race to Best in Show. Sandra, may I have the envelope? The 2025 Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance Best of Show winner is the 1924 Hispano-Suiza H6C Tulipwood, Penny and Lee Anderson Sr. Lee, congratulations. And presenting the Best of Show trophy and ribbon are David Stivers, the CEO of the Pebble Beach Company, and Sandra Button, chairman of the Pebble Beach Concours. Oh, well done. Gracefully making your way out of the car. These cars were clearly not designed for getting in and out gracefully. But Penny, you've done a beautiful job. So many, many congratulations. A very popular winner. And I think everybody would agree a very deserving winner.
Well, there you have it, a very popular and striking car. I'm joined by McKeel Haggerty, CEO of Haggerty Insurance, who is all over you. Congratulations, you were over the ramp today as a podium finisher. 2 wins in 4 years for Lee Anderson. This car was kind of a front runner from the start. It's just striking.
It's so striking. You know, the Pebble Beach Tour is such an important part of this whole thing, to show that these cars can really run and drive over the, you know, real road miles. And so many of us saw that car up there on Thursday morning, and just, I mean, it's just kind of mind-blowing. So pretty special. It's also, you know, something to recognize. It's one of the earliest cars to win in a while. I mean, 1924.
Yeah.
You know, if you think of many of the cars that we
All
celebrate here
30s.
are pre-war, they're 30s cars, you know, when designs were more established, cars were higher performance. You know, some of the, I mean, Hispano Suiza was already kind of, you know, on the decline. And so this is really a special win, but I know the buzz for the last few days has been amazing.
So now, in his prior win 2 years ago with that Duesenberg, he bought a chassis and another car that had the body to reunite it. This one is not quite as dramatic as that, but this car had been modified with different fenders, and so he thought it was important to put it back. So he's committed to doing things the right way. Everybody says that doesn't make sense financially. I don't know if that's true. If you win Best of Show, it probably
Well,
makes sense.
I don't think when you really want to compete at the top level, you know, there's a passion there and a labor of love that I'm sure he wanted to bring. I'll really honor the car. I understand that this was something like a 14 or 16,000 hour sort of restoration, like up in that, and that's what you're seeing out of some of these, especially kind of pre-war tricky cars to restore. And you just look at the tulip wood on that body, and I'm sure the team probably got some great footage of it that you can share with people later, but I mean, it's
14
astonishing.
to 16,000 hours.
So you think about it, like a typical Gullwing 300 SL Gullwing restoration is a 2,000 to 3,000 hour project, and that's just orders bigger. Not quite orders of magnitude, but you know.
Well,
a
I
lot
mean,
more.
to put it in perspective, a 9-to-5 job is a 2,000 hour work year.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's 8 people working 40 hours a week.
Yes. Yeah. Team of people.
For a year.
Big team of people. It's a really special car, even though it's, again, earlier history than we talk about a lot. I mean, it still competed as at 24-hour of Le Mans in its early days. It had all of these great sort of things, and you know, famous drivers from the day competing with it. And Hispano Suiza, for a lot of people who didn't know, I mean, it was always associated with high performance because they not only built cars under the brand, they were an engine builder. So they built aircraft engines, they built marine engines that were big into racing, you know, kind of racing in the day. And they were really known as a high performance company in general. So this is pretty cool.
So stepping back a little bit, the Final Four, you know, what your takeaways in terms of, you know, the viewing the show field? You've been doing this for a long time. What were some of your highlights?
Well, you know, first of all, I've been a judge here for over 25 years. And it's a real process just to get into that final grouping that, you know, your team kind of captured. You have to win your class, which is competitive. Then it has to make it up here. So I think this is a really interesting balance to kind of see some of the, you know, those 4 cars, the Maserati, the Hispano Suiza, of course, and Invicta, and then the Maybach, which is, many people don't know much about some of those brands. But, you know, in the car world, those are all really special things. I think it was awesome to see, again, the balance that, you know, the Formula One celebration here, the Land Rovers down at the other end were just fantastic. I love that Pebble Beach is continuing to celebrate unrestored cars, preservation class cars, to show like what real time kind of looks like and what it takes to preserve those cars. So an incredible day and great weather. Oh my goodness.
Fantastic. I talked about it in our open. The best art museums have the masters, have the classics that everyone wants to see, but they're keeping it fresh and relevant. And I have to give Pebble Beach a real nod for that, because when you're the front runner, it'd be easy to just kind of do things the same every year. But they're arguably pushing boundaries that some of the smaller ones aren't even.
Well, that's right. But they also have the concept lawn here, where some of the greatest new designs and supercars and sports cars are celebrated. Of course, anybody who was in Monterey this week saw this just onslaught of supercars just out on the road, which is really interesting for the next generation to be there. But I think what they've done is make small moves forward, still celebrate the great kind of masterpiece cars, and then start pointing us towards the future. So this is a really happy week for a lot of people, and this is a great outcome.
And the crowd was, the weather helped, but when everyone set out for today, they didn't know the weather was going to be great. So, Pebble Beach, I expect it's a record crowd.
I would not be surprised. And we're hearing that at many of events. We hosted an event earlier in the week at the airport, Motorlux. We sold out like we've never sold out before, so it was amazing. Just proves that Monterey Car Week is our Super Bowl and our World Series and all of that put together.
Let's see. So now the specialty classes, Invicta, and Exner. I didn't do a very good job explaining Exner. He was he was known for these idea cars.
Yes.
But not a lot of them made it in production. So it's almost like, what is your take on Exner?
Yeah, he was just kind of almost, his name is just synonymous as a great designer, but there was not a lot of huge design, like commercial production success. And yet in our world, he was just really inspirational. And one of the things that people don't realize, that effort to take kind of pre-war great cars and create a post-war example of it. That he did a Mercer, there's the Duesenberg, there's a Bugatti that's here, Stutz. That's how fun is that? How fun is that?
Yeah, he must have had huge swagger, because he meteoric rise through the industry. I can just imagine he was a real character and just had this sort of like Steve Jobs had, where this tractor beam there, he just bent people to his will.
And I understand he was so powerful or just passionate really about it. He built many of these things himself. He really worked at it.
Yeah, well, the Bugatti, he bought the chassis, found it in a barn, and said, "This is what I think the new interpretation would be."
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think we're getting close. They're toasting the champagne. What a moment! What a moment!
It's got to be exciting. And two wins in the last 4 years, so good for him.
His name will be engraved again here on the... Yeah. So, all right. Justin Bell is turning his mic on and getting ready to join us. Justin, if you can hear me, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tommy. And of course, McKeel, for standing there. I'm very privileged to be standing here on what is actually a little more empty this year. I think crowd control's been great. I was hoping I was going to talk to Lee and Penny quickly after each other. Penny, we didn't get to talk earlier. What a moment for the family.
Oh my goodness, so exciting. Absolutely. We had no idea, but we were dreaming about it.
Well, dreams do come true. And Lee, I'm sorry you can't fit in the car, but there's so much more than that.
There's most of them here I can't fit in, so that's all right. I enjoy them from any perspective.
We did talk just in those final few moments before, with the adrenaline going, that you're going to wonder if your car can win Best of Show. Some beautiful cars up against you. I guess in life, winning means something more when the competition is great.
Yes. Winning Pebble Beach is probably the highest award you can get in automobile collecting. We're very fortunate to have done it. This is our second win. And very grateful for everything that goes on here and how it's handled. We couldn't be happier. It's a marvelous experience. Wonderful people.
Well, we're very happy, Phil. Where will the car go now? Can you drive it now a little bit more now? You can't. Penny, can you drive it now a bit more?
Well, I don't have an easy time getting into it either, so. But we do have cars that we do drive up at our summer home. And we have children that drive
Yeah,
them
we've
too.
got lots of children, so they'll all enjoy trying to drive it, I'm sure.
Do you want?
It'll go from here to Minnesota. We have a car museum in northern Minnesota, and it's going to leave here probably tomorrow and be there later this week.
Well, if you need a 57-year-old British child, I am all yours. Big round of applause, everybody, again for Lee and Penny Anderson. How fabulous. Well done. Fantastic. So we're getting to that point in the show. I'm being joined once again by Tommy Kendall and Amanda Stretton, who's been leading the show. What a wonderful job you did.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you did too.
Congratulations.
But isn't it phenomenal?
I know. It's been a bit of a crowd favorite all week, TK. I mean, we absolutely identified it as one of the hot tickets. What do you think?
Well, the funny thing is the picture in our book was pre-restoration. It had the old fenders, dramatically different color combination. And so when I saw it at the tour, it was overcast. It definitely stood out. But that tulip wood, when the sun hit it today, took it to another level. So I can't say I'm terribly surprised after seeing that car. It kind of takes your breath away.
Well, thank you for that. My final thought before we headed over to Amanda to close the show is thank you so much, everybody watching around the world, for following along with what we think is one of the best broadcasts in the business. A great team at Talk Media, but supported by everybody here at Pebble Beach. They work tirelessly, literally starting tomorrow, for next year's event. And there's a lot of people out here on the lawn who have their cars that might not have won this year, Amanda, but they were going to come back next year. Get through the selection committee and be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Justin Bell, and we've had an absolute blast. And thank everybody here on Pebble Beach on the fairways for making it such a special day.
It has been phenomenal, yes.
Is that all you're going to say? You got your own mic. Oh, we're going to leave, aren't I?
You're going to leave.
Okay, and you're going to do it. All yours, man.
you.